Give me a second. Alright, recap. So, the party had split off into two different groups, one of which is who we're going to be focusing on this evening, which is Shiziki, Aaron, Azrael, and a couple other NPCs along the way, like Zai and Jorlachak Ebonforge. They made their way, after leaving the group, to the Tower of the Gods, where they changed some stats around, got some new books to do some research, and did a little bit of shopping and a little bit of pilfering with Shizuki's new roguish abilities, and got their hands on a fucking ton of hero dust. Afterwards, they decided to go ahead and make their way towards Angaria, to find out about this mission that Gilderoy had contracted with the Dark Suns to get done, with Shizuki's name specifically in mind for it. After checking with VV, we found out that there was a certain individual by the name of the Dawn Reaver that had been disrupting a lot of the events and facilities that are run by the Chance Cartel. The Raptor races, the coin arena, basically all the down and dirty things that the House of Chance operates in Angaria. Through a thorough investigation and questioning different people and meeting a few people along the way, we discovered that the Dawn Reaver was actually an individual by the name of Gwen Blankenship, who works at the Desert Ruby and has the power of an empath, which is she can put her hands on somebody and manipulate their emotions, read what they're feeling, and basically make their pain go away, in a sense, their mental and emotional pain. I'm not fully clear on her abilities, but that's what we've kind of gathered from it.
What you gathered.
Right. Also, we were finally able to make it to Belwick Manor, which is something that Shizuki has had the Dark Suns obtain for him through all of his good work and the extraordinary amount of money that he's made for the Dark Suns. Met the staff there, picked a few rooms, kind of got the lay of the land, and then through a series of events, I'm not going to go through with everything, we ended up confronting Gwen, the Dawn Reaver, finding out that her husband was actually murdered by Gilderoy when he was being approached to be recruited by the Dark Suns, and in a mission that got backstabbed, betrayed by Gilderoy, who actually killed a few Dark Suns members and also killed her husband at the same time. Because of all this, she's sworn revenge on Gilderoy, and that's when she took up the mantle of the Dark Reaver. Or Dawn Reaver. There it is, not Dark. Dawn. In our conversation, we came to an agreement that we would help her, but after this was all said and done, she would have to leave Angaria, never return. The Dawn Reaver would have to be seen as being dead. And Shizuki shook her hand and told her that the next time she came to consciousness, he'd have her right in front of Gilderoy and she'd have her opportunity. And then turned her into a scarf. And that's where we left off.
Right. So, still, it was only moments ago that she was turned into a scarf, and you still find yourself standing in the back room at the end of the hallway on the top floor of the Tres Modella.
So, at this point, Shizuki's going to sit back in his chair for a moment and scratch his chin. And he's going to take just a minute or two to reflect on everything that's happened so far. Aaron, I got a plan. But I'm going to need your help. And then I'm going to sit down and scribble out a 22-point plan and share that with Aaron.
Oh, you've been thinking about this.
I may or may not have an actual 22-point plan for this. Do you remember when I told you the other day that no matter what you told me, it wasn't going to change what my plan of action for this was going to be? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
So, I think me and Aaron will spend a bit of time to conspire and hash this out.
Have you guys already been over this 22-point plan?
Yes, we have.
Holy shit. Okay. It's all right. I can be nimble on my feet. I can improv.
Aaron, can you build it?
Well, Suzuki, I'm gonna need some supplies, but I can build anything.
Well, I got you a new workshop.
This is true. Well, I'm gonna need a lot of that harrow dust, and I'm gonna need a new bombshell.
Fuck do you need harrow dust for?
And I will say, well, I got you covered, and I will plop down 8 pounds of harrow dust on the table.
And I will pick it up and put it in my bag of holding.
What the fuck are you building?
Well,
Can I tell him?
You don't have to tell me. All you have to do is just... You don't have to tell me what the thing does. I just need the minimum amount of information that you would need to tell me to tell you what kind of checks to make and to set a DC for the difficulty. Beyond that, you don't have to tell me anything.
When we get back to the manor, I will tell you.
so see how quick you can build it, but no rush.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it'll only take me about 24 hours to build this, if that. This is simple.
Why don't we take a full day to put the plan in motion? Because that would be 2 days from when I needed to, right, Gavin?
I mean, wouldn't even be a full... That would be like... It'd be like 36 hours from the time you got there if you took another 24.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Because I want to try and meet someone in 36 hours. So I think if we wrap this up right before then, we'll be right on schedule. Right on schedule. So I tell you what, why don't I go ahead and handle the next part of what I need to do, and you go ahead and get to the workshop and get started.
So I'm gonna go over to the workshop.
So, you walk in while all this is being installed. You see... Hold on, I gotta grab my notes real quick. See Orsic in your workshop, and he literally has this, like, alchemy table over one shoulder, and he's sort of dragging, like, on like a wooden pallet that how he got down the stairs, you have no idea, but I guess he managed. That has all the makings of a forge on it. It has an air pump. It has where you would put the tenders. You have an anvil, everything you would need for a forge. You also have what appears to be a tanning station for like salting leathers and stuff like that too. I guess they just assumed you might need it. And just a general desk and workbench for jotting down notes. They also went ahead and acquired you an entire stack of parchment.
Good. So I'm going...
Oh, and you've got a giant barrel of coals, so everything that you would need.
Alright, so I'm gonna sit down, and I'm going to start creating a bombshell.
Okay. You don't have to tell me what you're doing with it. If it's a bombshell, that's all I need to know for setting the DC.
It's a bombshell, but it's gonna look different.
Okay.
It's going to be kind of in the shape of the inside of Solomon.
Making a bombshell that's the size...
Well, it's not the size. It's just gonna fit inside of Solomon. Like, it's gonna fit inside his stomach.
Okay. Okay.
So, I'm sitting there having Solomon, and I'm sitting there measuring Solomon out, and then kind of like measuring the scrap pieces. And
you gather it's going to be an oval. It would have to be like an oval, almost egg-shaped device to be able to fit inside of his abdomen. But you can do it.
That's good. That's what I want. What do I need to roll?
Yeah. Give me a tinkering check using either your dexterity or intelligence.
Oh, also, I would tell him. Remember, you also have a bunch of potions that can help you in certain creations if you really want to. We got all that, like, Eagle's Splendor and Fox's Cunning or whatever else, so...
Yeah, but I have a plus,
Yeah, you do you, man. I'm just reminding you what the stuff you got.
You'd be getting a plus 11.
Yeah, I got a plus 11 to this roll. So
So that's a 22.
yep.
Yeah. Um, I mean, it has like the occasional dent, maybe a little warped part of the metal that you didn't quite account for. But all in all, you are absolute certain that it will work how it's intended. It might not look pretty, but it's going to work.
Now on the top of this egg, I'm literally going to punch holes into the top of this. The fuse is going to go down into the bottom of it to where there's a bundle that creates a small fire.
Okay.
And then on top of that, I'm going to be pouring stuff inside that.
All right.
I want there to be air to escape out of this bomb. I don't want it to explode. I just want air to escape out of it.
So you want to be able to essentially aerosolize whatever you're putting into it.
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I mean, you've made like smoke bombs before in the past and tear bombs and stuff like that. So all in all, it's very similar to that sort of construction, just substituting a few parts, but you're not unfamiliar with how to do what it is that you're doing.
And then I'm going to strap it into Solomon.
Okay.
Don't worry, buddy. You won't be affected by the effects. You'll be fine.
I trust you, sir. And Aaron, if it's all the same to you,
Yes.
I was right when I said I knew you would do the right thing.
Of course. You really think I was going to kill the innocent?
I knew you wouldn't.
So did they ever? Hey Solomon, did you see? Did you see another alchemist here? Because I was told that there was. I sent Zai out to get me an alchemist. I want to go aim at the telepathy. Zai.
Oh, hi, strange one. Yes.
It's Aaron.
Yes.
Where's my alchemist?
I left him there. It's a dwarf. I believe he said his name was Murad. He should be around there somewhere.
All right. So now I'm gonna go search for Murad. I'm gonna go ask all the people, ask anybody that has seen if they have seen a dwarf named Murad.
So one of the people that you run into, you end up running into. Oh, where's that fucking person's name?
It's not Murad.
Anastria,
you run
Barent, Isabella.
Barent. It's Barent. You run into Barent and said, "Oh yes, the dwarven fellow. He's around. Believe you can find him upstairs. Last I heard, there was a bit of a ruckus, though."
All right, I'm going upstairs.
He is in a knockdown, drag-out fight with Drolicek. And
I'm gonna go grab him by the back of the collar.
He's like, "You Drelgar bastard!"
Do you know who I am?
No, you know who the hell he is?
Yes. He is our friend, and do not mess with him. I am Aaron Black, Engine of Gluttony, the one that you work for.
As he lets go of Drolicek's collar, he's like, Drolicek's like, "All I did was ask him where I could find some dwarven ale." He's like, "That does not belong on your lip. You do not deserve to have your thirst quenched."
I'm gonna smack him in the back of the head real quick. Just shut him up.
Oh, you're lucky that I work for you, boy.
Son, I promise you, I'm the last person you want to mess with. Now, I need your assistance where you belong. Thank you.
Yes, just keep this Dwergar bastard away from me. How he made it out of the Underdark, I have no idea, but he should go back where he belongs.
He made it out of the Underdark because of the 7 deadly sins. The ones who are hiring you. So I would show him a little respect, and he will show you respect. Is that understood? Or you can find a new place of employment out of the city.
Drolicek speaks up and says, I did nothing to him. All I did was ask him where I could find some dwarven ale. I even offered him some lizard jerky.
That is fine, Drolachek. I'm not mad at you. I'm just trying to defuse the situation. Okay? And I wasn't talking about you leaving this city. I was talking about the other dwarf. The one I don't know yet.
Well,
I can always replace
do me a
him.
favor. Keep this bastard out of my sight.
Go ask one of the other handmaidens and see if they can help you find what you are looking for. Here's a platinum. Go buy as much as you need.
Thank you. As he sort of brushes off his coat.
Now you are with me.
Why, yes, of course.
So, tell me, how'd you become... How's a dwarven fellow like you become an alchemist and not a forge master?
You know,
or are you both?
Not every dwarf belongs in front of a forge.
True.
It caught my fancy at a young age. Let's just say I did some studying, a trip or two to Gilderoy. The art fancied me. I read as much as I could, taught myself the art, and here I am.
Well, good. So I need you to start making the 7 deadly sins a bunch of different kinds of potions, haste, all kinds of things, anything that would be helpful for our adventuring.
I will need materials. Potions of haste are rather hard to come by. See, you need some quickling hair.
Whatever you need, I'm sure we can get it imported. And I'm going to pull out...
Do you have any plans on visiting the Feywild in the near future?
No, but I'm pretty sure there's merchants that come through here that have been.
I'll keep an eye out. I can't make any promises on that one.
That's fine. Anything that you can make, just make it. Anything you can come upon, any new potions that you come upon, any recipes you come by, write them down. I'm going to pull out my alchemy book, and I'm going to put it into, give it to him, write them down in there, and let me know.
I will do as you ask, though, of course I appreciate the steady work, but I must ask, if you are a proficient alchemist yourself, why do you not do it?
Because I'm an adventurer. I have other things to deal with. I do what I need to do for a short amount of time when I need to do it, but constant potions I cannot necessarily keep in stock. Unlike you can. And I will pay you well. Anything that you need, there is a chest. There will be a chest inside of the alchemy shop. If you need anything, you can use the money that is going to be in there. Do not spend it all in one place.
Of course, I am a professional.
Thank you.
Now, I will let you know there appears to be a kingdom-wide shortage of ectoplasm, meaning that mana potions may also be difficult to produce.
Okay, if I come by any ectoplasm, I will sure to collect it all and I'll have it carried to you.
Then I can do exactly what you would expect me to do with it then. But don't have high hopes for me acquiring some on my own.
Anything that you need, I'm pretty sure you can find merchants to talk to get what supplies we need here. If there's anything else in the room that needs to be upgraded or needs some of in the alchemy realm, just make sure it gets put in there. Okay?
Yes, sir, of course. I will do as you ask. And yes. I apologize for the ruckus. Just, you know, you never know what those Dwergar might be up to. I've never met a good one.
He's not actually that bad. I've met some Dwergar that are bad myself, but him, he has a good head on his shoulders. He actually wants there to be peace. So, you never know if if you set aside your differences and y'all actually sit down and have a conversation over a tankard of of ale, y'all might actually become friends. You never know.
I find that hard to believe, but I will try
At least try.
to keep an open mind.
And understand, in this manner, you are all protected. All of y'all.
I assumed he was here to pilfer, steal, perhaps murder.
No, he's actually the zookeeper.
Fitting job.
I mean, he is taking care of a velociraptor in the backyard.
Raptor will get rather hungry one day. Anyway,
That's what I said. Hey, listen, it's not mine. This is Solomon. This is my creation.
Don't you be talking bad about Gibbles.
Fuck Gibbles. And at that point, I'm gonna be like, I will leave you to it. Just create things, make things. Use this as your personal shop. Use it to create things. Do what you would normally do. Make new things. Test and try. Just understand, not all of the room may not be completely protected against everything that could explode, but try it out. See what's new.
you do have quite the setup. So this will not be difficult.
Good.
You can count on me.
I'm glad I can. I will leave you at it then. Have a nice
You
day.
hear him mutter under his breath, as long as that wild card stays away.
I'm just going to ignore it and continue to walk. And I'm going to go find Shiziki.
Well, I'm off doing my stuff that
Yeah,
I was
I know.
doing simultaneously, so... a quick question to the
I'm
DM.
going to go find you after you
Well,
get done with yours.
I'll be coming back to the house when I get done.
Oh, okay.
So,
What's up?
just a quick question. To clarify, if I have a scroll, can I cast the spell on that scroll, even if it's not on the Warlock spell list? Because I have a bunch of scrolls and potions that let me cast things, but I don't know if that's necessarily... Is that something I can do or not?
Likely not. So we haven't really gotten into this. If it is but this is one of my homebrew rules. If it's a spell that's on your spell list, using that scroll doesn't cost you a spell slot. If it's not on your spell list, it does. But you can cast it.
Okay, that's easy enough. So I want to see if I can find... Going through town... by the way, I will swap out my scarves for the new scarf that I have now.
The Gwen scarf.
The Gwen scarf. I'm like, huh, it's more comfortable than I thought it would be. Seemed like it'd feel kind of bitchy, but, it's really not. I want to see if I can find any scrolls of Disintegrate.
Rolls of Disintegrate. Alright.
And knowing the way around town, if there's a place for me to be able to find that, I think Shiziki would know where to look. So that's...
Oh, yeah. So in the Banner District, there's a location that's called Desert Troves and Treasures of the Arcane.
So I'll even put it this way. I don't want to go into a whole shopping spree. If you want to RP that, we can. I just want to see if I can find... We don't have to.
We'll just say you find the place, that's the name. There's an elven female that manages the place, and yes, she has the scroll. It'll cost you 3,000 gold pieces.
Alright, does she only have one?
She only has one.
Then I will take the one that she has, and I will pay her in platinum. So that's 300 platinum. And I had to go back through the stream last time, so I need to actually update this. Because I couldn't find where I wrote down the amount of money that I had left. There we go, because I have 82 platinum. Like, that's not right. I didn't do the right thing. So I had 82,459 at the end, is what I was supposed to have. 82,459 platinum. So you said 3,000, so I'll minus 300 from that.
Yes.
I mean, is she good looking?
Yeah, I'd definitely say so.
Is it really going to be 3,000 gold there, sweetheart?
make a persuasion check.
Alright, yeah. Well, I'm at it. Just do this little quick little Yeah, it will definitely be 3,000. Well, I mean, it's 18. I don't know. Does that still work? No, well, no, it's up to you, man.
I'll say this, that she would say 2,500 if you meet up with her later.
I will give her the 3,000. I'm sorry. I'm a busy man. I'm only passing through town, but I'll see what I can work out later. But just in case, I'll keep it honest and do 3,000. I don't want to hurt your feelings. So yeah, all right. We'll say so. It's 300 platinum that I will give her, and I'll say I'll keep an eye out for anything interesting to come back later for. But I'm not doing that right now.
Her name was Thea, by the way.
The scroll shop. Got it. Okay. All right. And a quick question. Jance, did he have any particular robage or anything that like set him out to be like a man of healing?
Yeah, he was wearing a white robe. Under that, standard tunic.
Okay. So I will, from there, go directly to the Argyle district.
Okay, you're going by yourself?
Oh yeah, but right now I'm rocking the Dark Suns armor.
Yeah.
And I'm also riding Gibbles because I took Gibbles with me out for this.
Okay. Nobody messes with you then.
I want to keep an eye out for an Impo that looks like she has had a fucking rough run of it in life, especially here in Angaria. That has the same.
Are you simply looking for a female Impo?
A female Impo that has the same body, style, and build as Gwen.
Okay. Yeah, not too hard to find. You can imagine what she is there for, as she is very scantily clad, but you do eventually find a human female with tannish colored skin who is about average human height, probably about 5'8".
Somewhat similar looking to Gwen, though?
Somewhat. I mean, anybody that gets a good enough look is going to be able to tell the difference. That knows what Gwen looks like, but she's not a dead ringer by any means, but similar body type.
I will turn the amulet of telepathy off.
Okay.
You girl! Are you looking
Well,
for company?
hello, sir. Are you?
I'm not one for idle chit-chat. Shall we make our way?
After you, as she motions you down an alleyway.
I'm gonna keep a fucking eye out. And again, Arcane Eye. I should have said this. Arcane Eye is most definitely fucking up watching around as I'm in the Argyle district. Yeah. As soon as we're out of sight of everyone, a moment. I'm sorry, but I do have some standards here. I'm sure you can understand. I just want to make sure you're healthy before anything proceeds here. Here, this one's on me. And I'll give her a healing potion to drink.
What is this?
It's a healing potion. It looks like you could use it. I'm quite rigorous, and I want to make sure you're in top condition before we get started.
She sort of giggles and uncorks the top of it and drinks it.
Yeah, that is a healing potion that will kill her.
Oh, that was a poisonous healing potion?
Yep.
So she's like, now how about we get started? And it cuts off mid-sentence as she just... Excuse me, as she starts coughing more.
It's alright, it's alright. And I'll put my hand on her, and I will siphon the rest of her life out right quick. With my armor.
Okay,
We may or may not be assholes.
She looks up and just the last word she says is, "Why?" Before she becomes motionless.
Because this is Angaria. And as soon as she's done, I will pull Jimmy out of her.
Okay.
Is anybody still around? We're still by ourselves.
You're still by yourselves. Make a
Mutilator
perception check.
Okay. Perception. Luck point.
I will say this.
Actually, do I get advantage with the arcane eye up? I don't have idea.
You don't need it. With that, you hear footsteps and you look back towards where the alleyway sort of took a bend, and you hear like rapid footsteps and you see like a shadow that's beginning to get smaller as if it's running away.
Well, I mean, I was keeping an eye out before I did this. Did I not see a person that was just standing there when I thought we were by ourselves?
You know what? I didn't make a stealth check before, so we'll just say this. No, you don't see anybody. There's nobody there.
Cool.
If I was going to do that, I would have needed to have made a stealth check to see if you would have noticed. So.
Alrighty. Yeah, so I'll pull Jimmy out of her. And command him to
Now, what are you
mutilate her
gonna do with
face.
Jimmy? Oh, you're going to mutilate her face?
Mutilate her face. I want her face to be unrecognizable.
Okay. He does it as he just starts taking scratches after scratch after scratch
I
after
want it
scratch.
to look like this person was tortured. So just mutilate it.
Yeah, I mean, there's about half the skin off of her face is missing at this point.
Cool. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and cast True Polymorph on the dead body.
Okay.
And I'll turn that into...
Wait, you've already used True Polymorph.
Not today, I haven't.
You used it on Gwen.
Oh, motherfucker. I definitely did do that. Yes, I did. Alright.
I mean, you can always stuff a body in your bag of holding.
I don't think a body can fit in the bag of holding.
It can. People do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it can fit it can.
Then I will fit a body in my bag of holding.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a bit of stretching to get it around the shoulders, but yeah.
Yeah, I totally forgot that I did the whole Gwen thing today, and I gotta find where that potion is that I gave her.
About when you get to the point of like mid-thigh inside of that bag, she just sort of just falls like you just dropped her into a pit and she's gone.
Perfect.
Hope you don't just forget about that being there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how
So
that goes.
add one hooker body to your inventory.
I'll
This
say-
hooker body weighs about 100 pounds.
One dead hooker body. Dead hooker. There we go.
Weighs 100 pounds.
Welcome to Angarian. I will then hop back on Gibbles, and I will make
Or you can get hooker bodies for free.
and I will make my way to the Desert Ruby.
Okay.
I'm trying to find where that stupid potion is, because that one had a weird name. I don't remember what it was called. It'll be hold on. It'll be under poisons. So, potion of poison ornate, I think it was. Yes, that's the one. Potion of poison ornate, which I had 4 of them. So now I'll move that to 3. There we go. All right, I will make my way to the Desert Ruby.
Oh god.
And only one person got hurt that didn't deserve it.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's like the Family Guy thing, and nobody important got hurt.
Oh
Yep.
no. She's important. She got hurt because she's important.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
it should be stated this was in my 22-point plan that I gave to Aaron, so he knows that this was going to happen.
Aaron just. You turn out the aim into weapon.
Aaron has a sense of balance, so, some people you save and some people you killed. That's balance. Anyway,
At this point, Aaron's just like scratching the back of his head, going, "I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. If this wasn't a part of the plan, I'm gonna kill him." Like, just flipping. Just like,
and I will turn the amulet of telepathy back on my way to the Desert Ruby.
you.
Okay.
What did you do? What did you do?
I followed the plan.
I
Significantly
think the hooker
well.
fell for the plan.
All right, you motherfucker. I swear to God.
Look, how many lives are we gonna save because of this one person sacrifice? If you want to make a donation to her family,
Yeah.
you can, but I didn't even get her name, so she's a dirty impo. Let's move on.
All right. Let's just get on with this plan, so that way
You
I can
got
go,
it.
cleanse myself.
Desert Ruby!
You're there. As you are making your way up the walkway of the Desert Ruby, one nude woman propositions you. I assume you, I don't know what you say, but
Rain check, my dear. I believe Malachite is here. I need him to give me a bit of a private access tour here.
of course, I'll be waiting.
Malachite!
So you make your way to the front door, and yeah, you see him there, and he does his usual spiel. Welcome to the desert, Ruby.
We've met before. I know the deal.
Then he wasn't really looking up, and then he does look up. Ah, the Dark Suns, fellow.
Yep.
What brings you back to my humble establishment so soon?
Following up on some investigative queries, I need you to take me to Gwen's room.
Is Gwen all right?
Oh, she's perfectly fine, but this is more of just a standard procedure type of thing.
Oh, of course. I understand. Hold on, let me fetch her key. As he goes into his office and comes back out brandishing a large, ornate golden key with a ruby embedded into the base of it. And right this way. As he leads you through like a circular center room that essentially has doors at regular intervals, you notice probably throughout the perimeter of this large circular room, there's probably about 20 doors. He takes you to the door dead in the center at the end of this room and opens up the door to her room, and it is like, it's jaw-dropping. It's beautiful. Like, you realize there must be some magic that went into decorating her room. It's a rectangular room. Over at the far end, you notice there is what looks to be like a natural style, like sauna type pool that has natural rocks sort of lining the exterior of it, that has like a waterfall that's feeding this pool. She has a bed directly across from it on the far left side of the room, as well as a table with a series of chairs. And you notice in the middle of the room there is another additional pool as well. And directly above that, there's like a circular portion that is completely open in the ceiling of this room to just let in a lot of natural light. It's a gorgeous room. It looks like you went to... It's very paradise-like, and it's themed. It's like a tropical cave.
Malika, I'm going to need you to step outside. You understand, this is official business.
Of course, of course. Would you like me to wait outside the door?
Wait outside the door. I don't want anyone coming in. Just make sure that nobody comes in while I'm in here. You understand?
I understand. You have important work that must be done.
Alright,
if I may, I will tell you, if you suspect Gwen, I'm sure she is innocent. She's a good girl.
Like I said, this is all standard procedure. So, just let us handle knocking this out. The sooner it's done, the sooner it's over with.
Of course. I'll be stationed directly outside.
Oh, very well. I will close the door after him, and then I'm going to take out the Wand of Secrets.
Okay.
And I will activate that bitch. So any traps or secret doors or anything like that that are anywhere in this room, I will know about.
There's nothing secret. You seem as though she's somebody who definitely tries to cover her tracks. And you imagine that any of her personal business, she did not bring to work with her.
I will pilfer through her stuff. And, yeah, do I find anything of interest in her room at all?
Find some fine blankets. A couple of restraints.
Yeah, like what
and that's about it.
If I don't find anything about Donnery, any sexy stuff in there? Like sexy cool things?
Oh yeah, you find some like leather restraint. You find a series of leather straps that you could imagine be fashioned into some sort of swing.
I will take the leather straps that can be put into a swing because I need a sex swing at my new place.
Okay.
This is like high-end professional stuff, though.
Oh yeah, the best of quality. It is thick leather.
You know what? No, I don't want anybody to use sex stuff. That's gross. Now that I think about it, it's probably sticky. Like no. I will just take ideas.
It looks clean.
No, it's been used. Maybe it's been wiped down, but that's no. I got money. I don't need to get any secondhand sex things. That's gross. What am I thinking? Get your head in the game, Shaz. Come on now. I will take inspiration from this. Anyhow, but there's nothing.
Actually, hold on. I will say this. You do find one thing among the sex stuff in there, you find a small, like, linen belt. Very fine cloth that has sort of an arcane shimmer to it. I was just looking through my notes and I noticed that was there.
It's a linen belt?
It's like a finely woven, like, linen strap that is long enough that it could be tied around the waist.
Let me say this. Do I find anything that what Chaz knows, being his history and all that, that might allude to any kinks that Gwen has? Yeah, I'm sure you weren't expecting to go this way in the evening.
No, I was not.
I don't want to make it weird, but I was just curious.
I'll say, other than the restraint and the item that you just found.
I will take the item that I just found and I'll put it in my bag.
Okay.
Okay. So,
did you find anything, Shiziki, that will lead us to what we need?
Possibly. Now, let me ask you this. I asked the girl whenever she said she was ready and geared and ready to go whenever I polymorphed her. Did she have her weapons and stuff on her?
Yes, she did.
That'll work. Alright, I will take the what was it? You said it was a linen belt?
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, we'll say linen waist strap.
Linen waist
Shiziki.
strap. Okay. Yeah.
I do have a belt of knives, by the way.
Okay.
That were supposed to be for the Dawn Reaver.
Oh, well, we can get that to her later.
I mean, for proof.
Oh. I think we'll be able to use that if we need to, but I think we've got everything else pretty well covered, especially with the force cage thing that we discussed. Especially if she's already geared and equipped to the teeth. I think that should be proof of enough.
Okay, there's a dead hooker body, a force cage, and a Herodust balm. What the fuck are you guys planning?
Give it time. We are only on.
Wait, a Herodust bomb that's attached to Solomon, even.
We are only on step 5 of the 22-point plan. There's still plenty to go. So I will put this as linen waist strap. Should I put it like it's arcane or something to know that it's arcane?
You can just mark it as magical or arcane or however you want to do it. Enchanted, just any word that says that.
Yeah, then I'll just put it under with the magic gear stuff.
Okay.
There we go, magic gear. Boom, put it in with all my other million and two things.
Gavin, you should suspect by now. It's me and Chaz at this point. We're gonna fuck your game.
I'm not too worried.
So, anyhow, after that I will take my leave and, I'll just, give Malachite a good little... I think that'll do it. That's all I really need to just, cross that off the list. And then I'll hop on Gibbles and make my way back to the manor.
So yeah, you arrive back to the manor.
Let me ask you a quick thing as I get back there is... What's his face? The Goliath free.
Orsic.
Yeah, I just want to call for Orsic right quick. I have something for him.
I lost audio for a second. But what did you say?
I just want to call for Orsic whenever I arrive. It's something I meant to do earlier, but I'll do it now.
Alright, so Barrett fetches Orsic for you. And he approaches, looks a little uncomfortable in the formalities as he just sort of walks in and is like, yes, and bows. What can I do for you, my lord?
Orsic, as long as you dress me as my lord, and everyone else here as you needed to with respect, you don't have to keep with all the formalities. It's awkward. But I do have something for you.
I'm having a hard time coming to terms with it myself.
Right. Is he wearing full sleeves in his outfit?
Yeah, he has long sleeves.
Tear those off, dude. That's just so weird on you.
Okay. As he sort of literally tears the sleeves off of his
Yeah,
shirt to
you
where it
rock
leaves
them
like the
guns.
jagged edges.
There you go. Look, I didn't really want you to get them dirty anyway. I've got something for you here. Could you do me a favor? Make sure you plant this out in the field somewhere. I want to see it flourish. And I will actually take out the goodberry sapling I've held on for some time, and hopefully it's still alive, and ask him to plant that.
Of course, my lord. I will find the most fertile patch of ground, and will make sure this flourishes.
You know what? If that tree fully grows, I will make sure that you are paid handsomely for it. I want to take it as a test to see how well you can nurture something and handling fine-tuning, even with all that muscle you have. I'll give him a little pat on the shoulder as I just walk
am a
on in.
grounds. He just says, "I'm a groundskeeper for a reason."
Suzuki, you're back.
I am. And
Look at this. I'm gonna kind of like reach under Solomon and pop it out. Pop out this egg.
Now that's looking like exactly what we want.
Big enough?
Oh, I'd say so.
Good.
It's not the prettiest thing to look at, but you don't really understand exactly how it works anyway because you're not an engineer. So
Trust me, it's not pretty, but it's functional. That's what matters.
That's what matters.
I'm gonna strap it back up under Solomon.
All right.
and
I
Oddly
want
enough-
I want it to be like close up to where like you can't tell it's there.
well, so the thing is, Solomon's wearing nanite armor, so the armor can morph and bend as you want it to. So you could literally just like peel the armor back and put it inside, and then just
Oh, good.
fold
Then that's
it
what I'm
back
doing.
over.
I don't want it to look anything. I don't want it to look like it's there.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally put it inside of his gut, and the metal will just reseal itself.
Good. But okay, good. I know what I'm doing. Okay.
All right, and I think that we've had one successful day. It should be evening time now, isn't it? Getting on towards.
Yeah,
'cause it
I mean,
probably
it's-
took me a minute to
It was
build that
it was
thing.
late evening whenever you had your meeting with Gwen, so I mean, it's dusk by this point.
All right, I think it would be a good time to retire for the evening, and we'll pick up tomorrow. We have, looking at my clock, that is not actually a clock. I look at my stopwatch that literally only goes to 4 minutes and 52 seconds, or however long I wrote it down for. We only have.
Well, my mask tells time, so I know approximately what.
I'd say
time it
we're
is.
on the clock. We have 32 hours left. So we'll
Maybe
make
a little
that work.
less than that.
Let us retire for the evening and have the staff make us breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'll meet you for breakfast, and then I will
So-
retire to my room and do what we talked about.
I'm gonna go to my room. Is there a bed there now? Is there like a chest there now? Is there like I want there to be a safe in there.
There's not a safe yet. That wasn't on your list, but there is a footlocker that you can put a lock on, and there is a lock to put on it. But you have a decent bed, a nice queen-size bed. It's pretty comfortable.
I'm gonna inspect the lock. How good does it look?
I mean, it looks like a pretty standard lock. Somebody who, of the thiefly persuasion,
What's
could
the dwarf's
probably-
name again?
the dwarf's name
Yeah,
is
Malak or something like that.
Murad.
Hey, Murad.
Yes, of course, Sir Aaron.
I have a question for you, and you can just call me Aaron. I want us to be friends. How
Roger
good
that.
How good are you with tinkering?
It's sort of what I do.
Good. Improve this lock. I want it to be I practically want it to be impenetrable. I don't want anything to get through this lock, as I'm going to toss in the lock.
I can make it better. With enough time, I can make it even better than that.
Good. Take as long as you need. As soon as it's mastered to the point to where even the greatest picks can't get through it, then put it on that chest. And you hold
It
on to
will
the key.
Be done.
And I'm going to go to retire for the night.
All right. At this point, it's probably about 9 o'clock. So. All right.
Yo,
And
go to
Shiziki
bed.
is doing the same.
I do what I said I was going to do, and then I will retire as soon as that is done.
So, real quick, Sean, I need a favor.
Hmm?
I didn't save my notes on these people's names. I know there's Orsic, Barrett. Who are the other people?
So there is Anastria, who is one of the handmaidens, Barent, Orsic, Esvella, who is the other handmaiden, Ainz, which is the Dragonboard head of security, and then Daria, who is the chef.
That's right. Okay.
And now I have Marad, and then also Mithra and her brother and daughter should be here.
Yes, I do know that.
So, yeah, I will, so we all go to bed! And you tell me whenever it's morning time, we can continue on.
I'm just typing in some notes.
Like I said, man, we're doing pretty good, though. We got a lot of the tedious stuff knocked out, and it's only 7:30 now.
Then Ainz was a green dragonborn guard.
Yeah, he was like, I put him down as head of security. And
Yeah.
we should have plenty of Dark Suns members, like, guarding the property right now, right?
The exterior, yes.
Okay.
So, alright. You rise in the morning, and it smells spectacular. Like, the smells from the top floor kitchen, because, you know, there's 3 kitchens, 1 for each main floor. It has already reached you, Shiziki.
As soon as I get up, I want to be like, you know what? I should fucking know this, but I don't know this. And I will take out of my bag the linen waistband, and like, if this was a sex thing, what would it be? And I'm just gonna spend like 5-10 minutes, like, as I'm waking up, like, getting dressed for the day, like, looking at it, like, what the fuck is this thing?
Do you have Identify?
No.
I do.
Oh, okay.
Shiziki, you up?
Yeah. I'll meet you in the dining hall. Do I assume I have a dining hall.
Did you find anything?
You have a dining hall on all 3 of the main floors.
Did you find anything interesting?
All right, I'll tell you this: the ground floor is the dining hall for breakfast. The middle floor is dining hall for lunch, and the top floor is dining floor for dinner. So I will meet you in the breakfast dining hall. And
Gotcha.
the breakfast dining hall is the biggest, I assume, because
It's on the ground floor.
breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Oh, it's a dining hall fit for a king. You've got a very long rectangular table with, I'd say, probably large enough to accommodate at least 20 to 30 chairs.
Fantastic.
At the moment, there's only like 8. But the dining hall is very sparsely chaired, at least as far as, you know, the capacity of it.
So I will be talking to Aaron as I walk down. Yeah, I'll meet you at the ground floor. I got something for you to check out. I found something. It's not much, but something. And as I get down to the ground floor and see Aaron, I'll just take it out of the bag and, like, literally just toss it to him.
No.
You gonna identify it?
Yep.
So you gather that the item's name is just called Collateral. That's literally what the name of this waistband is. It's called Collateral.
What does it do?
What it does is, when worn by a female, it completely 100% prevents pregnancy. Like, it's impossible. When worn by a male, you have advantage on checks that would determine pregnancy.
Does it require attunement?
No, it does not.
I'm gonna put. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should hold on to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of like put it away. I'm gonna be like, no, I don't think so, and I'm gonna like shove it in my bag of holding and close it tight.
Just right over here. Come on, I'll give you my bacon for it.
The last thing we need you do is more procreation.
It's not even gonna make it more procreative. It'll let me know, which will give me some peace of mind in the evenings.
No. If you're gonna tie it to the girl, yes, but if you tie it to yourself, then it's a higher chance of you getting somebody pregnant.
No, when worn by yourself, what I mean by advantage is that when you make the roll where a natural 1 causes pregnancy, you have advantage on that, so there's less of a chance of rolling a natural 1.
See?
Oh, okay, yeah. Here, you put this. I'm gonna come over. I'm gonna like pull it out of my bag and go over to him, and like tie it onto him, and like 3 knots, and like.
Well, to be honest,
Freaking put a lock on it.
I dabble with some dirty ladies sometimes, on occasion, not too often.
I'm gonna.
I'm glad you
put like a
mentioned
lock
the
on
other
it.
thing it does too is that it prevents diseases that could be acquired by sexual means.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
phenomenal.
I'm definitely like tying it to him and like locking it.
So I will also vernis, and I will change my armor into a open bathrobe. So like, it's there, but like it's also just like tied loosely at the front. So there's like just a slight gap whenever the breeze catches me as I come down.
Shiziki, put some clothes on.
That's alright. It's alright. And I will sit down and begin to enjoy my breakfast and wait for, I guess, everyone else that's going to join the table for breakfast. I don't know who all it comes to breakfast, who has the schedule, but I'm waiting to see
Me
who
and
all
you.
in the house. Well, there's also Mithra and her family, and then the house staff.
So, when you arrive, Daria says, "I apologize. I did not have much to work with, but I present to you a course of stewed lizard meat and carrots, as well as some baked potatoes and a side of bacon, with a special little sweet seasoning that it's my own recipe. I apologize. I didn't have much on hand to work with.
I'll give it a go. In fact, I'll taste it. How's it taste?
Fan-fucking-tastic.
You know what,
Be
Daria?
sure to.
Okay.
It's perfect. But next, go to the market whenever you need. I'm pretty sure we have the funds for it.
Of course.
Daria, I think we're all kind of settling in here, but I want to make sure that everyone in the staff feels that they have everything they need to really just make a life worth living in this manner. Everyone, including the staff. I'm not. I don't feel that people that work for me should have a meager life. You tell me what it is you need, and we will acquire it. If there's more cooking supplies or things like that. In fact, I'll tell you one thing, or two things that I would like to see acquired. I am a big fan of sweets, possibly a cotton candy machine, and to be honest, it seems more than a few people in this home would like dwarven ale. If there's any way we can get that on tap. I know you cook, you don't necessarily shop for these things, but I would rely on your expertise on how to acquire them.
And there's this purple berry mead that I would like you to get too. It's really strong.
Purple berry meat, I think that's something that the halflings like to carry.
We'll begin the process of getting it imported.
You tell me the cost, we'll make that happen.
Right about this time, Mithra walks in, as well as what appears to be a dark-haired moon elf individual, deep purple eyes, and a little girl with looks a little more. You actually notice a striking resemblance to Carrick, as she has light blue hair. Walk through and it's almost like she's surprised to see you, even though she should have been expecting you.
Yeah,
As she looks over and says,
see the child?
Vicky,
I'm
Aaron.
just do a quick vernis and change the illusion so the robe is completely closed now. I don't need to end up on the same list as Meercast or whatever the fuck his face is. So that's completely closed.
Ah, Mithra. Pleasure to see you here.
And is this little Athaya?
This is Altea. Say hello. And she just looks at him and says, hello, mister.
Why, hello? Oh my goodness, she's adorable.
She sort of is like clutching on to Mithra's leg, like partially obscuring like half her body.
So how old are you now? What are you, 14? Oh my goodness, you're so big.
She holds up her hand and presents like a 7 to you.
She's actually 8 in my notes.
Okay, 8. Then never mind, she doesn't hold up her hands because she can fucking count because she's 8. I'm 8.
No, I wouldn't believe that. You're lying. Are you fibbing?
No, I swear.
Well,
Solomon's gonna kind of walk up to her.
You're gonna walk up to her?
No, Solomon's gonna be with me, and we're gonna walk up to her.
She sees Solomon and she just goes, no. And immediately Mithra says, it's okay, he's friendly.
Solomon, say hi.
Well, hi, Altea. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The name is Solomon. It talks.
He does, yes.
I'll do like a quick like little head nod thing for Mithra to kind of like come over to me.
Oh, so I wanted to introduce you to somebody. This is my brother, Platinil. Though most people just call him Plat.
Platinil. Yeah, we're definitely going with Plat. Plat.
Solomon, entertain the girl.
Of course, sir. And Plat, he approaches you, Shiziki, and he sort of embraces one of your hands, like with both of his. I hear you saved my sister's life. You have my gratitude for that.
Huh. It was a. She helped me as much as I helped her. Your sister actually did some pretty great things, helping out when we were in the necropolis.
Yeah, she saved our ass a couple times, and we
Amulet
did hers.
telepathy to Aaron. She actually sucked balls the entire time, but we don't need to say that here.
Yeah, I know. Trust me.
She saved our ass a couple times, and we
Fucking
saved
worthless.
hers. That's how we do things.
Yes, she is a very accomplished necromancer, and I know that people of her persuasion tend to be mistrusted, but trust me, you won't find a woman in all the kingdoms with a more solid head on her shoulders than my sister.
I do want to pull her off to the side, though, if I could. Just, come on. Kind of make your way over here. Do one of those little neck things.
I'll be back, Plat. Business to discuss. He says, yes, of course, the life and business of adventurers. As she walks over and just says, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to talk to you without, everyone else around. No pressure here, but how's everyone settling in?
This place is ridiculous. I mean that in the best of ways. I still don't think I visited every room in this house yet.
True. Well, you found your quarters pretty easily and got settled in?
We chose the smallest room, which isn't saying much. It felt a little more of our persuasion.
Wasn't
but,
necessary,
yes.
but if that's what you'd like, then so be it.
Trust me, I'm more at home in that room.
So I don't want to rush you, but I did want to. I worry about Wilhelm, and I know he gets lonely. So when do you think you might be rejoining him?
Well, now that this mess has concluded, and I don't worry about whether my daughter will live to see the next day, at the earliest possibility would be fine. I can,
Well, let me assure you, your brother and daughter, as long as they live here under my protection, they'll be well taken care of. And you are more than welcome to come stay whenever you like. Wilhelm is, without a doubt, an open guest here, and so are you.
I'll be by his side by evening's end.
Good. He's been through a lot, and I really want to make sure that somebody stays by his side. I don't want him to feel abandoned in this whole issue, just like I wouldn't want you to feel worried about the people you care about. It's the same thing with him. I just want to make sure that he's going to be okay, too.
Of course, and I will and I do take this charge very seriously, and from what I understand, though I only know him by word of mouth, he's very accomplished, he's very skilled, and from what I know of him, he's a good man, from what I can tell.
I think you two will get along just fine. Wilhelm is quite a character that I think you'll enjoy. Oh, actually, while you're here, before you go, Athaya! I actually have something for you.
What is it, mister?
It's actually right outside. If you'll follow me. In fact, Drolachek, is he anywhere nearby?
You do see him, but he's not even sitting at the table. Like, he's found a spot in the corner of the room, and it's kind of a strange contrast to the rest of how nice this place is. He's, like, not even using a spoon for his stew. He's just hands in, just scarfing food into his mouth before he like noisily slurps the leftover broth in the bowl.
Joseph, we're gonna have to talk about that. If you're good with that, great. But I think you know what? Let's talk about that another time. If you could follow me, I actually have another charge for you.
He takes a few more chews, and like the last little bit of food he had sticking out of his lips, he just kind of sucks into his face and like open mouth chews. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
Of course. As he grabs a piece of bacon and starts eating it on the way.
I want to look for, I don't know, a large anything, a table, a rock, something in the next room.
Okay. I mean, so you're still inside the house.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of big, large rocks in my yard.
Not inside, no.
Well,
He
no,
just wants a table or a big chair or something.
I need a large enough object, and I don't think there's large rocks out in my manor, the field of my manor.
I'll say this: you find a decent chair. It looks kind of pricey, but you could replace it.
Nah, I need something larger than a chair. I'm looking for like maybe a end table or something.
I mean, in one of the other rooms, in one of the guest rooms, you
Yeah.
find a table.
Okay. Athai, can you close your eyes for a second? Mithra, if you will keep an eye out, and I got you a little present to welcome you here. And I will clap my hands together, and I will true polymorph that bitch into a pony.
Her eyes stay closed until she hears the neigh of the pony. What does this pony look like?
It's a pony. It's a dwarf pony that like an 8-year-old could ride.
I'm talking like, oh, so you're not making it like My Little Pony. Like it looks like it could be like a real horse.
Oh yeah, like, is fantastical fantasy pony as you can
Why
make
don't you
in
just make her a
D&D.
unicorn?
Oh, that's right. Unicorns exist in this game. I make her a fucking unicorn to ride.
She opens her eyes, and there's a solid white miniature unicorn standing right in front of her. She literally just starts squealing. Like, no words, just squeals and guttural noises.
Oh, this was my gift to you, Athaya, to make sure that you have happy days on the Bellwork Manor.
I'm gonna name him Angel.
Angel it is, and I will look over to Drolichek. Make sure Jibbles does not eat it. Yeah,
Oh,
you
this is a
enjoy Angel.
unicorn. It can defend itself, but I'll make sure.
And I'll look over to Mithra. Make sure she plays with it for the next hour and gets along with it really, really well. It'll make a big difference for the next hour.
I know. She says, I know the spell. I'll make sure. As she sort of chuckles under her breath. And thank you for that, Shiziki. This means a lot.
I wanted to make sure that you knew that I really meant what I said. You'll be taken care of here. And your daughter, I'll make sure it's nothing but smiles and laughter here. And I will think to myself,
It's a great place, and she'll be
well,
with my brother.
I guess I can hold on to a dead hooker for another day. And then I'm going to return to breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there waiting for you.
Hey, Platt, so just to make it clear, everyone that's here works, and that's nothing against you. I just Mithra does some works for me, and, well, obviously her daughter's an exception to the rule, but I hear you're quite the leather worker.
I do have experience with tanning and salting various leathers and enough tailoring work to fashion them into wearable clothing.
Perfect.
Good. There's a shop down in the cellar. There'll be a dwarf down there.
Okay.
Just go see him. Make sure whatever you need to work with, just make sure he knows and he'll get it.
Thank you. And your name was again?
Aaron Black.
A pleasure.
Pleasure. And any wares that you get, by all means, take to the markets and sell, just as long as the price of the goods that we gave to you the money is put back into the chest. Any profit is yours.
Thank you, sir. And I do good work. I can fashion any sort of leather goods you may need. Of course, I'm not of the magical persuasion, at least not as much so as many of my fellow compatriots from Thalassia, but I do good work, so whatever it is that you may need, a quiver,
I
perhaps a
actually
shirt.
have a job for you to go and start with, if you could, and I will take out the belt, the ramshackle piece of shit belt that I have for Jimmy. I want this improved. I want it to be able to hold more potions, be just a easier, lighter, possibly, thing to have, because this piece of shit has worked, but looks horrible.
And
And it's shoddy craftsmanship. I apologize, I don't mean to insult, but the leather isn't nearly seasoned enough. It hasn't been... There's only one layer of leather. It needs at least 2 or 3.
I don't need you to explain to me the process. I'm not a leather worker. This is you could spin the tales of how it's supposed to be, and it wouldn't make any difference to me. I trust that you know what you're doing. Make an improved version, please.
and
Potions
I
can
al-
hold right now.
It can hold 4 potions.
Okay.
and if you could do me one as well, I want a saddle that can hold potion. Made for
Oh,
Solomon. Here's the
that's what I
schematics
want.
for it.
I've got a job for you as well. I know you said you're not magically inclined, but maybe you can make this for me. I need a magical mount that will change size depending on the mount. One saddle that could fit mounts of any size.
I can make the base item, but it would still need to be enchanted. I
Sure.
apologize, but
Make the item and then follow through with whomever you need to speak with in town to make it happen. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it. You have to understand, even if you have to outsource certain things out of your creation, that's fine. I'll fund the project, but I don't have the time to necessarily go out and do it myself.
and if you were to need something else, do not have a lot of experience with blacksmithing, but just because many people come to me with needs for their various mounts, I did study enough where I can make a decent horseshoe.
Oh, well, you know there's going to be a forge in that place, so you can actually increase your blacksmithing skills.
Again, don't expect me to be able to craft fine blades. It's
No, no,
just
no. But if you
horseshoes.
want to expand your skill in blacksmithing, there will be a forge there for you to help learn with your blacksmithing.
I may dabble. That definitely does satiate my curiosity. Yeah,
Well, then the
I'll
workshop
do some study.
workshop is yours to use as long as you wish.
Why, thank you. You are a very generous bunch.
Alright, well, I'm gonna get back to breakfast. But again, I want to make it clear to everyone in this household, the Belrick Manor is set to be at top notch and full working capacity. If there's any tools, items, or otherwise that you need, write them down and submit them to me. Let's get this place up and running. Make sure it's what we all want it to be. And that goes for all the staff members here. Everything I will have to personally approve myself, but if it sounds like a good idea, fuck it, I'm ready to pay.
And Mithra speaks up and says, and Shiziki, if you need this list delivered to you, I can always get word from my brother, and I'm sure we'll meet up. I can give the list to you then.
Very well then.
Sure. In fact, I might need you to be able to relay some information to Wilhelm throughout the days, because Wilhelm also does some side work for me as well, so that is a good idea. Now then, breakfast! Everyone eat! This is a household that has a lot of respect for the breakfast meal. I feel we should all eat together, and then sally forth about our days.
Aaron's just kind of like, is there like a bar underneath the table?
A bar?
Like a piece of wood that goes from the length of the table that Aaron's
yeah,
just gonna,
yeah.
like, he's gonna put his feet on and like push his chair back towards on 2 legs with a plate in his hand.
And you are very confident in your chef after this point. And she almost seems embarrassed by the meal, though you're wondering why, because it tastes delicious, but she keeps apologizing for the lack of seasoning.
Please
even
stop
though...
apologizing. It's great. It's one of the best things I've ever had. I've had since I've been out. Just, it's okay. The more you can bring, the better. It's all right. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, so good. Solomon, I wish you could eat.
I wish so too, sir. Maybe we can work on some flavor receptors for me in the future.
Yes. Write that. Make a mental note of that.
His eyes flash and he's just like, done.
Wait, you can do that? When were you able to do that?
Oh, it's a skill I developed if I need to commit something to memory.
Fuck! He now has. Awesome! Solomon now has the freaking ability to remember shit. Yes! I have a voice recorder.
You do it, and the rest of the staff bows to you before they sit down, and they all eat very properly, like no elbows on the table, back straight. Their fork gets put down before they ever pick up their drink. Which,
Oh.
now tasting it, have been served a fine wine for breakfast.
Oh yeah, like freaking Aaron's just like drinking, like grabs puts the fork, stabs into a piece of meat, grabs the drinks, takes a drink, puts it back on the table, and continues to eat.
Yeah, I would say Shaz sees them doing this, begins to just like take it in, watches them, see how it's supposed to be done, starts to do it himself for just a minute or two. Yeah, I got this. Now fuck it, I don't need to do it anymore. And then I'll just lean back, throw my boots up on the table, and start to eat. And I'll take a book out, and I'll start to read while I eat.
Are you
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
mating habits of weasels?
So I'm gonna do two things. I'm actually gonna just kind of like absentmindedly reach into my bag, and I'm gonna stop reading my book for a minute, take out a sheet of paper, write a quick thing, and then it's going to be a note to.
And Aaron's gonna pull out his Book of the Sands.
A note to Reinhardt. Discover some information. Would like to speak to you privately. Please meet me at the Belrick Manor at your leisure, but I would expect you at some point today. And then I'll just check out 25 gold and send that in the courier spell.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna say from the courier
The
spell.
courier spell, I have a question.
Hmm?
Can anybody else see the chest, or is it just the person you send it to?
I believe anybody can see the chest.
Okay.
I'll let me double. Yeah, in fact, yeah, it doesn't say it's invisible or anything. I know that. So 821 59. I'm just gonna spend 1 platinum because I'm tired of trying to deduct 25 gold and break change every time. I don't know if spells break change, so I'm just gonna literally put 1 platinum.
No, they don't.
1 platinum is what I'm gonna spend on this. I have 38 gold on me, so I have the money for it. But I'm just gonna say 1 platinum.
Okay.
158. There we go. I wish Fantasy Grounds I could just literally deduct it. I had to put in the whole number every time. It's tedious. But anyway. And then I'll let Aaron do whatever he's going to do for the day, but I'm going to spend the bulk of it reading and studying my books.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna spend the day reading my Sands book.
I'm going to spend until I'm called for, I will study Zeklanir.
And I'm actually, not only am I going to read it, I'm going to be in my room pacing with Solomon and reading it to him like I'm teaching a freaking biology lesson of sand.
Okay. So the gist that you get from the book is that there's a lot about reading wind patterns when navigating through a desert, and that the terrain is constantly changing. The only way to really keep track of it is by reading the winds and knowing that essentially the sand is going to get thinner in the direction that the wind is coming from, where the terrain will begin to thicken in the downwind. That's the gist that you're able to capture from the amount of time that you have.
Alright, so how many points out of how many points do I get? Because I don't know what you want to be the in
You have
number and what.
5 out of 25 points for that.
Oh, only 25. Alright, cool. Heck yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty forgiving number. That's low.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Considering as a ranger, that's what you're supposed to get, like, whatever, like 4 or 5 levels?
Yeah.
Alright.
But the thing is, I'm also not going into Ranger as far, so I think Gavin's kind of being a nice DM and actually
I'm
letting
also
me do this.
considering it's getting close to the end of the campaign.
Gavin's also an
close-ish to the
extremely
campaign.
lenient DM on these things, so I learned a language after reading a book like 5 times, so I mean, yeah, I get it. Anyhow, but yeah, I think, which book is this? Is it, because you gave me a couple that I got from the library, but you didn't say which one was the one about Zeklanir or whatever.
So, what were the names of the books? Because I didn't take notes on it.
A Cosmic Betrayal, The Nature of the Deceiver God, The True Transcendence of the Divine, and then the Linguistics
What was the
of
first one?
A Cosmic Betrayal, The Nature of the Deceiver God.
That one. That's the one about Zeklazir.
I will read that one and see what I can find out about Zeklazir.
So, what you're able to gather is this. Zeklazir is a lesser deity. Zeklazir once served as a courier of the divine. He was a demigod. However, Zeklazir, tired of his constant days of delivering messages between the divine, and essentially betrayed Amara. In betraying her, it's not like he killed her or anything, but he essentially used an artifact that he was transporting from Amara to another unnamed deity to erase himself from her memory. In doing so, he, over the years, continued to grow in power until he became a lesser deity, and many people that vowed a secrecy, many clandestine deals are sealed with swearing secrecy to Zeklazir. But he is essentially the god of secrets, the god of betrayal, a chaotic neutral deity. That's what you're able to gather so far.
Now, does this strike me, when you say he brings people in to swear secrecy and things like that, as like a patron deity type of situation?
So he could definitely be a patron deity.
Now, have I ever heard of any of this? Because I've looked into Amara in the past.
No, you've never seen anything about Zeklazir. You would imagine it was because that, based on the story in this book, he erased himself from her memory. Amara completely forgot about Zeklazir, that he ever even existed, just to get himself off her radar.
Okay, does it say anything that he was tied to her death at all, or was that just...
No, and doesn't hint that he was the one that was responsible for her death, or that he was involved in it in some way. Just that he essentially, through the act of deception, broke his own bonds to Amara to become a free god.
Now, does it say anything about this artifact?
No. The specific one, I think I know which one you're talking about.
Well,
no.
whatever artifact he used to remove himself from Amara's memory. Like, anything else on that?
It does not. No. In fact, it really only mentions that in passing. There's a sentence about it. Well, let's say a paragraph, because there would have to be a description of him transporting the item. But he absolutely had Amara's complete undying trust, and he broke it, and she never even knew it.
Any other information about this individual? Like, especially when it says he makes deals with people in secret. Like, does he recruit people for power? Does he try and build supporters? Anything like that?
It does mention at one point in time that a lot of this book is sort of conjecture, because just based on the nature of this god, not a lot of information was recorded about him. He's not a god that's openly worshipped.
I mean, is this not what the book is like? Is it just about, like, deities that aren't well known?
Primarily about him.
Okay. I mean, you said, like, it's just
a lot of it is
paragraph,
speculation.
But then at the same, like, the whole book is about him, so that's why
A lot of the book is speculation. You see some speculation that Zeklazir might even be an Eternal, though the book discounts the likelihood of that, and essentially cite acts that have been recorded by Zeklazir that would be out of the means of Eternal, such as making people forget who he was outside of his own domain, whereas an Eternal's power only works within their own domain. So it mentions it, but then immediately refutes that point.
I mean, yeah, because, I mean, you say he's a lesser lesser god, but then at the same time he could possibly have the power of an eternal?
It conjectures that at one point, yes.
Okay, so I don't know how much timing or whatever I have, but I'm gonna go reading that. I want to go into another book, so you tell me how much time this takes.
I would say that information would have taken about 6 hours.
Okay, I did call for old boy to come meet me, so whenever that happens, that happens. But I
Right
will...
about when you conclude the information that I told you, you hear a knock on your bedroom door.
Okay, hold on. I have fucking staffing. Nobody has called to say somebody is at the front door for me. He gets straight to my bedroom door. That ain't cool. I need to have
You
words
hear
with
a
somebody.
knock on your bedroom door.
Okay. First of all, that ain't okay at all, but so be it. I will underline a couple things to come double check back on and cross-reference later on, and I will open the door.
You see Barrett standing in front of you. He says, "My lord, there's a elven gentleman who's waiting for you outside the front gates. Should I fetch him for you?"
Uh, do we have a meeting room, a place to receive guests in this place?
We have a meeting hall on the ground floor.
Yeah, send him there and tell him I'll be with him momentarily.
Of course, my lord. I will fetch him for you.
Okay, now I'm gonna go sit back on my bed, and I'm going to make this dude wait because I'm rich now, and I get to do that. And I will continue. In fact, I'll say this: I don't want to get too much into my other book. I'll continue writing in my book that everyone has seen me writing in a little bit. Just jot down some things, taking stuff, some notes from about the gods and things here, and implement that into my my other book that I plan on sharing with everyone.
Okay.
I'll do that for about like 30 minutes.
All right.
And I'll be like, yeah, I think that's good enough. And then I'll brush myself off and I'll go
Oh
downstairs.
yeah, as soon as because he has an aim on television. As soon as I find out that that dude's there, I'm walking up and meeting him. Like so, I've already been there, sitting there talking with him.
He looks around and says, like, whenever he sees you, Aaron, it's like, your friend told me I was to be expected. I apologize.
yeah.
That's Lieutenant Black, or not? No, not Lieutenant. Specialist Black.
Yes.
It's been some time since I've been in the Suns.
Oh, you're
Forgive
good.
me.
It's nothing bad. We just need to discuss a few things.
Tell your friend he's lucky that I was just rising for the day in my quarters when that message was sent. There would have been hell to pay if that had arrived when I was in the presence of Gilderoy.
Yes. Yes, we understand. Just relax. Everything will be known. Shiziki, get your ass down here!
Well, since my power play doesn't really get to work out now, because Aaron, I will go and join everybody else.
You walk in and waiting outside the door to the meeting hall. They're not inside the door, but they were just sort of standing guard. You see Orsic as well as Ainz, both standing by the door. My lord, Orsic speaks up and says, "My lord, he's right this way," as he opens the door for you.
I will say this before I join them. Meeting him, I will go into the full adornment of Dark Sun's armor.
Okay. So you see Shiziki enter the room.
Reinhardt, it's a pleasure. I thank you for coming out. I'm glad you could take the time today to meet with us.
Lieutenant Belrook, it is an honor. What would you call me here for? I can't help but be curious.
Have a seat. I'm sorry. Anastria, can we get something to drink for our guests? What do you want? Tea? A coffee? Some whiskey? We're working on getting a dwarven ale tap here. I don't know if that's quite arrived yet, but you know, things are in motion here. We're getting settled in. You understand?
He says to you with a little too much eagerness, Some wine would be great."
Wine, if that's what you... No, I'm not taking that out here. And I'm looking... At first, I start to halfway reach into the extremely expensive bottle of wine that I got yesterday while we were meeting with Gwen for lunch. I'm like, wine. Just what do we happen to have on hand?
We have a Redford Red, she says to you.
Perfect. I don't know wine. Shiziki would not know wine. Perfect. That sounds excellent. I know that one. It's quite good.
Aaron, you would know that's like... It's not like the most expensive wine, but it's not like mid-grade either. It's pretty good.
Oh, Shiziki, I have much to teach you.
I'm pretty sure I could have much to teach you. And this is all
is
in
like...
the amulet. But right now, we're going to be able to let Solomon teach people. Anyhow.
This is like the bottle
We're gonna
of
let
wine
Solomon
that would
teach
cost
me.
you like $100. It's not by any means like rich people wine, but it's a good quality wine.
We're letting Solomon teach people now?
In due time. Now then, and I wanted to do something before I met with this guy. I want to drink a potion on the way down. I think it's the owl's one? No. Maybe, hold on, let me look at something.
Is it Eagle Splendor?
Maybe. What is insight? Insight is wisdom, isn't it?
It is.
Then I will, before coming down, I will drink a potion of owl's wisdom.
Okay.
And I will sit down with this gentleman.
Alright.
I wanted to speak with you, just at a few things. As you know, we're doing our job for Gilderoy and doing an investigation. But you know what? To be honest, we never really got to sit down one-on-one with you to get your input on it.
I was being truthful when I told... Well, when I told Mr. Gilderoy that I was upfront. I told him everything I knew.
Right, I understand that. I want to know if there's anything, and I understand the politics of the nature, if there's anything that Gilderoy happens to know about this that maybe you could disclose to us that he didn't feel was necessary to tell us at the time. Again, this is a safe place. We're here to help you and Gilderoy, but we just want to see this all wrapped up as neatly as possible.
He immediately looks at you. Make an insight check.
With advantage.
Yes.
Because I drink a potion. Double 19s, damn.
He immediately looks uncomfortable. Like, he shifts in his seat, he pulls on his collar a little bit, you notice a bit of perspiration. No, there's nothing else that you need to know, just to get the job done. Now, you must understand something about me. I am still his second in command, so I have some degree of authority, and I want this man caught.
Right, and we're
If I was withholding information that would be of detriment to your investigation, trust me, you would have that information. I would not withhold it from you.
We're all on the same page here. But I also know that Gilderoy might not necessarily wouldn't be exactly ecstatic with you with the way things are going right now. So I'm asking you to help us help you. You need a win. Not necessarily Gilderoy. You need a win. So maybe there's something you might want to tell us if you can to make sure that you end up in the best position possible when this is all said and done.
He says to you, I assure you, no information from you is being withheld that would prevent you from doing your job.
Well, you know what? It's a funny thing because, well, as you know, I'm a Dark Suns member, which means I am quite on good terms with Vivi. And I will make sure, like, I'll look at him when I say Vivi, because, well, that's just a Dark Suns thing. Well, and you say Vivi is also familiar with you. Well, and the thing is, he seems to still think pretty highly of you, even though you left the guild to go work for somebody like Gilderoy. And I know you know that that's not always looked upon greatly. So, it seems to me that you don't get along great with Gilderoy, and, Well, let's just say hypothetically. Hypothetically, if Gilderoy decided he was done with you and kicked you out, well, there's only two factions that really run this town. And if you already bailed out on the Dark Suns, and you're not on good terms with Gilderoy, where would that leave you? Also, the jam stopped. Where are the jams?
Oh, I need to loop it. Give me 1 second. Here we go.
So, you turned your back on one guild, and if the other group turned their back on you, where would that leave the powerful second-in-command member of the House of Chance?
He says, "What really is it that made you call me here?"
Information. Information to be given and information to be gained. It just seems odd to me that somebody that's not trusted in the position you're at is just so odd. Especially when there's somebody that's out and about in town that could be causing such a ruckus. So, what do you hope to be gained by all this when it's said and done?
Gilderoy's trust.
Mm-hmm.
Power, money. I mean, you have to assume there was a reason why I joined his faction.
Is that what you want, is power and money?
Why else would I be where I am?
I'm just trying to make sure I understand where your priorities are, that's all. Sometimes it's loyalty. Loyalty to the Dark Suns is what drives me. But I understand that's not for everybody. It is a mercenary guild. All of us are in it for fame, glory, money. But we all still have a loyalty to Vivi. I'm just curious, is there still any loyalty to Vivi as a former member of the Dark Suns?
Gave me ample opportunity to develop my skills. Gave me steady work. Eventually the rank of sergeant. So yes, I have a great deal of respect for that man.
But is there still any kind of loyalty there? Just if you wanted to reopen that door.
I don't know what to tell you. I've told you everything that could help you with this mission. Any other information would be irrelevant, or do you feel there is some degree of your investigation that is lacking? That you feel I may divulge information that could help with?
Aaron's gonna sigh deeply and just be like, fine. You know what? I'm tired of beating around the damn bush.
He's looking increasingly uncomfortable, by the way.
Solomon's gonna walk up behind him, because he's sitting in a chair, right?
Yes.
And kind of push the chair closer to the table, to where he can't really move.
Okay.
Gilderoy killed members of the Dark Suns. We have proof.
I'll have you make both of you make an insight check.
Damn, both of us got 24s. We on it.
So
Right?
you can tell he's lying through his teeth when he says this. Like, it's obvious. He stutters. He shifts around in his chair some more. He tries to slide it back, but Solomon doesn't let him. I don't know what you're talking about. That he wouldn't do that. He respects the contract between your respective organizations.
Liar. Shut up.
So
The last thing you need to do right now, I'm gonna pull out my gun and set it on the table, pull out the other one, set it on the table, cross my hands. The last
what
thing
you're
you need to do
gathering
is
from
lie
this
to me.
This isn't ignorance. Like, he knows this happened. He's just desperately not wanting to admit it.
So here is the issue. We need something to bury this. We need an action or inaction to make this all go away. Because if we had somebody cross the Dark Suns, we have to reciprocate action, which at this degree could cause a civil war in the city. So, my question to you, how would you like to just be able to make sure that something like that doesn't happen in the town? Make sure that Angaria stays as peaceful as it's ever been.
He says, "You weren't supposed to find any of this out," as he, like, slams the table.
Unfortunately, we're actually really good at what we do. So, nobody else knows this. That's why I'm asking you, how would you like to be back into the good folds of the Dark Suns? I'm not saying you have to work for us, but work with us.
You promise me power, no reciprocation towards me. I have immunity.
Immunity from what? From a civil war? Nobody has
From
immunity
being
from that.
tried from the deaths of these soldiers. I am not the one that made the call.
I need somebody to stand for that. Or at the very least, let me put it this way. I need a civil war to not happen. So that's why I'm asking, not necessarily even action from you, but inaction.
Make a persuasion check.
Look, point!
Dude, it's actually good you use that luck point. I'll just say that. He just kind of slouches in his chair a little bit. He drops his guard slightly, almost in like a gesture of feeling defeated. What would you have me do?
It's so very, very easy. We need to go ahead and make sure that we have a meeting with Gilderoy, follow through. We'll do that tomorrow. All I need you to do is not be in the room. Excuse yourself, and then whatever happens afterwards, just agree with our story. After that,
And
Suppose
then
Gilderoy demands that I be in his presence for your meeting.
We have a plan for that as well. But after it all said and done, you will take his spot.
That's
And
how the succession would go, he says, almost like a smart-ass condescendingly.
Solomon's gonna kind of like nudge the chair to where it like kind of puts his gut into the table.
Yes, sorry.
And with that, you are going to take over. With full reign of the Dark Suns coming in and doing as they please.
For
You
me
will
to be your lapdog.
well, it's not a lapdog. It's more of just a open working relationship. You know who VV is. You know how he's about. You will still
Let's just
have.
say this.
Hmm?
I will say this. The brothels of undecision will be torn down.
Conscript's
The-
brothel.
Yes, it will
Devise
be.
a large portion
I
of our
don't
profits.
care. It will be torn down. The raptor races and all the other things will be voluntary. Only. And if you do not do such, we can always kill you as well.
So, assuming I follow your lead on this, how would you imagine the coin arena and the raptor races being voluntary? I'm genuinely asking, why would somebody volunteer to be chased by a raptor?
For their love of greed.
We can tone down the cheatings. Let's be honest. We know that the Hangman's Roulette is completely rigged. It's still a town of gambling. People will still come here the House of Chance has more than enough money to suffice, even if we watered down a bit the killings. But here's my question to you. What's more of a viable option? Being second in command to Gilderoy when he finds out that we found out, to cause a civil war, which I'm sure he'll be your biggest fan when we tell him that it was you that caused us to find out, or taking over for him?
Suppose if I want to make it out of this alive, I have but one choice.
So here's what I need you to tell Gilderoy. Tell him you need to schedule a meeting with him, and we're going to deliver the Dawn Reaver. Or just tell him that we've got that in motion. We'll disclose that at the time. Tell him, though, that you want the minimum amount of people that are going to be able to attend the meeting to be there. Because the Hands of Fate have already infiltrated his organization. You found that out with Rondel, thanks to us earlier. So because of that, you're not sure who to trust, and you want only the few and selected few in that room for that meeting. And if you
Gilderoy does not trust me. Could you put that in writing with your own seal? I will deliver that to him. I believe that would increase the chances of him complying with this request.
Sure, I can do that. It was us that discovered that Rondel was a double-cross agent after all. Make sure, though, that this is also a secret meeting because of the same thing. He's at risk because of the Hands of Fate. So even with this meeting where he'd expose himself to us, we don't want anyone else to know, so no one bothers us during the meeting.
So it will only be him that's there?
It will be him and whatever few amount of guards that he can decide to have. But tell him he will get exactly what he wants out of the meeting. No disappointments whatsoever.
Again, I encourage you to put this in writing. I will do my best to reassure him.
I will reach into my bag and take out a sheet of paper and go ahead and begin writing all this down as I've expressed it. Unfortunately, we still have a few more things to put in motion, so you tell him that we have a plan in action to capture the Dawn Reaver, and we'll have that all set and ready by tomorrow.
And when he asks how I acquired knowledge of you wanting this meeting and how and when I acquired this piece of paper from you, what do I tell him?
You tell him you had
That
a meeting
Solomon
with us.
came, or you can tell him that Solomon came to seek you out to give you the letter.
Or that. I don't care how you tell him we got it. It makes no difference to me. He hired us to do a job, and I'm just reporting back. We told him that we'd be in touch. This is us getting in touch.
And if you think he would want proof or anything, I'll send Solomon with you.
Now, if I might request one alteration to this deal. The conscript's brothel still exists, but is only reserved for those with the highest of debt.
I tell you what. We'll leave a few things open to interpretation, and leave that up to Vivi. I still have to report to my supervisor just like you do yours, but I want to make sure that we have a positive working relationship going forward from here. One working man to another. I'm sure you can agree. And I'll reach out my hand for him to shake.
He waits a few seconds and then begrudgingly clasps your hand with his and says, "We have an arrangement."
Phenomenal. Cheer up a bit. This is working out well for you. Sip your wine and get the fuck out.
And Solomon will escort you back. So that way we don't think you do anything funny. Sounds good with you, Solomon?
Of course, my sir. I will make sure that he does not deviate from the path.
Amulet telepathy. This way, we can have Solomon in place already.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make absolutely certain even once he gets in the building, so I'll just safekeeping cast Arcane Eye to follow him.
Okay.
And because I can see through Solomon's senses, I know everything. Shiziki, I have a question. You think you can guide me because I won't be able to see or hear for a minute?
I mean, is there anything where that your physical body needs to go?
As just with you where we need to go.
Well, I'm actually going to just continue to sit here and read, so get comfy.
Well,
He
okay.
he quickly he tilts the glass goes like completely like vertical as he just downs the rest of his wine with several big gulps and slams it onto the table. Without even saying a word, he gets up and starts walking out of the way with Solomon close by.
Yep, and Solomon's just gonna keep following him.
All the way?
He's going with him to the building. Like
Okay.
he is escorting. Like he's going to be inside the building already.
Oh, so Solomon doesn't leave his sight all
Does
the
not.
way to the House of Chance.
He does not leave his sight, and as soon as he walks into the house chance, Solomon is not leaving his side.
Okay. So, can you speak through Solomon too? I don't know
Yeah.
if I made where you... Okay. So, then, at one point in time, he goes to the House of Chance, and he goes down the same familiar pathway. He assures the guards that it's okay, that this mechanical tiger is following him. When he gets to the door, that is, again, is locked by 4 separate locks, he looks at Solomon and says, "You'll have to wait out here."
No, this is Aaron Black's companion. He will be with him the entire time. This is Aaron Black speaking, by the way. Engine
Just
of
hear him mutter
Gluttony.
under his breath, "Blasted." Right this way. He
Thank
walks
you.
into the room, and immediately begins getting berated by Gilderoy. He's like, "You were supposed to have been here a half hour ago. Where did you disappear off to?" He's like, "My lord, I was just simply doing patrols around the city. I went for a morning stroll, that is it. Your clients here, they asked me to deliver a message to you." He hands him the note. "Tell them to meet me back here. The number of guards will be reduced, but security along the exterior of this building will be increased to
We
prevent
are.
any unwanted
no-
visitors from entering the premises."
Yes, we will meet you. This is Aaron Black.
Quite a nifty toy you have there.
You're welcome. Now, Solomon is going to stay here. Just so that way you have something of mine, as we have something of yours. I will cut the communication.
Wait, something of mine. Do you have information on Dawn Reaver?
Again, we have something of yours and you have something of mine. You will just have to find out when we meet. Goodbye for now. And I'm gonna cut the communication.
Okay.
So,
He knows.
I will turn to Aaron, seeing that, I guess I will infer it. Is Solomon ready to go?
Yes. He is inside.
Perfect. Everything's been made, the preparations for Solomon?
Correct. And I have also... Gilderoy knows that we may have something for him, but doesn't know what, because I cut the communication. But all I told him was, we have something of his, and now he has something of ours.
Perfect. You know what? I like where this is going. This is turning out quite well.
He wants us to meet tonight, though.
Tonight doesn't work. I thought we made it clear tomorrow.
Yes, but he wants us to meet tonight.
Yeah.
He's going to cut down his security in half.
You know what? We can make tonight work. We might have to camp out for an evening. I have somebody out again. Like I said, I wanted to be able to meet with out of town tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes.
Who are you wanting to meet out of town?
You'll see. It'll be good. It'll be a good. In fact, actually, you saw my 22-point plan. Who we want us to meet.
Oh yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Fuck.
You know.
Eating.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It's all written down. It's there. All right. So.
Well, if we meet him tonight, then we'll be even better for tomorrow.
If he's there, I don't know if he'll be able to make it there in time.
Well, let's hope he does.
We'll work it out. We'll work it out. It'll be fine.
Even if we have to stay here for another, if we even have to camp out here for another night, I'm not sure. I'm sure it'll be okay.
Yeah, I think it will be too. So yeah, we can do this tonight. Oh yeah, let's move it up a bit. I'm liking it. I'm excited.
So am I.
So, I'm good with my preparations. My preparations are already in the building. So, what about you?
Yeah, I've already made mine. So I guess all we have to do is kill some time until this evening.
All right. Well, then I'm going to read my book.
I will also continue to read my book.
Me and
Okay.
Zeke are just sitting at the table across from each other reading books.
We're all we're like
drinking
moving
coffee.
around. Like all of us, we're literally like vibrating at the table because we're so excited for the evening and to read our books. Just like, oh my god, this is gonna be great. Read my book. Oh my god, this is gonna be great. Read my book.
Alright, you both get 3 more points.
So, well, I don't get points. I need information.
Oh, yeah, Yeah, so for you, it's just a matter of finishing the book.
Well,
I mean, you're
I want to cross-reference what I read in the Cosmic Betrayal with the book on Eternals and the true transcendence of the divine, which is a book I get on Eternals. And this guy, who might possibly be an Eternal or a Lesser Divine, I basically want to read this and see what information I can glean up between Zeklazir and this whole thing about Eternals that I've got.
Well, so you read up on Eternals, and it's a lot of the information that you've been given before, that Eternals are essentially all-powerful in their own domain, that
Sure.
gods have no power over them within their domain. But then you read some of the things that Zeklazir has done, where he's exerted power outside of his own domain. There's definitely some contradictory information there. So I'm not going to tell you whether you believe or not that he's eternal, but I'll say this, that there's definitely some accounts in one book of Zeklazir that contradict what the other book says Eternal should be capable of.
As in, he's doing things that are more powerful or less powerful than an
Just
Eternal.
Different. It's just different.
So, is Shiziki... I mean, would I imagine that this dude's a bit of a trickster?
Yes, definitely.
And I've never heard of this guy before.
At one point in time, that you do read something that catches your eye. And at one point in time, it refers to doppelgangers as the children of Zeklazir.
Okay. Okay. Is that all I'm able to read, or do I still have time to continue
Yeah,
on?
that's all you're able to glean with the amount of time that you have.
Or is that like all I got from it? Do I have time to like start another book or anything?
I would say, based on the information I just gave you, that would take a good chunk of the remainder of your time. Most of it.
Okay, that's fine. Well, whenever it becomes time, I will nod to Aaron. You ready for this?
He'll
You begin to see the sun is getting lower on the horizon, casting an orangish glow over the city.
All right. Why don't we? I want to walk on this one since you don't have Solomon. So I will make sure I turn Jibbles' set up in whatever makeshift stables we have right now, and me and Aaron will make our way towards the House of Chance. And I used, if I'm correct, I didn't mark it down like I normally do. I'm sorry for that. I think I've only used 1 luck point today. Is that right?
Yeah, you just use 1.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure I had that right. As we're walking, I'm gonna reach into my pocket, and I'm going to do I'll say something that Shaz is, somewhat good at. When you dance the coin over your knuckles, like you roll a coin over all your knuckles back and forth.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna say, just make it up. Shaz is actually pretty decent at that. I'll take a gold coin and start doing that as we're going back and forth on my hand as we make our way to the House of Chance.
Okay.
Aaron's gonna sit there and go like, "Oh, that's a nice trick," as he's gonna pull out one of his bullets and just start to, like, one of his big rifle bullets, and just start throwing it up in the air and then catching it with the other hand without even looking.
Like a 50 cal rifle round.
Yeah, and he's just gonna throw it up in the air and then catch it with the other hand.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, and then I will reach into my bag and I'm gonna hand Aaron a vial.
And then Aaron's gonna reach into his pants and whip out his dick and be like, "It's bigger than yours."
Why you gotta make it weird, dude? Why you gotta make it weird?
I'm gonna grab the vial and go, "You sure you're ready for this?"
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Alright, let's do it.
When we get about, 20 minutes out or so from the tower, me and him are both gonna drink our vials.
Yep.
So I'll say this: I have to use the bathroom. I think this is a good place to take 5.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll be
Well,
reconvene in 5 minutes.
Well, bring your phone with you while you go to the bathroom, because you can read a backstory that I'm about to send you.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Alright, so you ready for this, man?
Yeah, I think so. Man, I gotta say, I think we've done pretty good about keeping everything secret so far that we've got planned.
He is so lost. So I just pretty much wrote up a quick thing for my 2.0 character's backstory.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, I don't make really big backstories because the way I like it is, to do it throughout the game.
Before we get to it, one thing you need to make sure of, you make sure you have grabbed the notebook that everything that everybody in the house needs for supplies. That way we can make sure we get all that stuff in the negotiations.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I like how he's like, oh, well, everybody's going to be, there's a shortage of all this stuff. I'm like, well, maybe not on the black market. We'll see.
Alright, I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Alright, man.
Okay, I'm back.
Cool.
But yeah, no, I mean, I wrote up a small backstory. I don't even know if Gavin's gonna freaking approve it.
Yeah, So I'm looking at how much more we have left in the plan. We still took a lot of time knocking out what we did. So once we get the negotiation done, I mean, it should move pretty quick, but I want to make sure that the negotiation is handled.
Well, you gotta think, man. It's not even it's almost 9 o'clock, and we're freaking done with half the shit we're doing.
Yeah. But again, we still have, the rest of the week before we meet up with the rest of the group. We want to try and, knock out all that stuff, so,
Right.
This is just the meat and potatoes of it.
Well, yeah. And I mean, you got to think, Aaron's going to be reading his book until we meet up with the rest of people, because I'm going to attempt to get my favorite terrain again.
Yeah, and I figured if we wanted to do some shopping or something like that, we could. But the main thing was like setting up the mansion on our downtime. So, and then researching,
setting up the mansion, reading. Because I mean, after this, we'll have we'll have a week before we need to meet up with everybody else.
Well, it was a week from when we left them, so I think we're on like day 2 or 3 right now.
Right. And I don't know if Gavin does like the 10-day weeks or the 7-day weeks.
I think it's still 7-day weeks. So.
Well, because I know in some games they do a 10-day week.
It was 7, because I remember when we had 2 weeks of downtime before, when we were at the gnome city.
You mean the half a week of downtime that we really got?
Yeah, well, we got 2 weeks of downtime, and then like as soon as it was done, it was like, oh hey, this dude is like eating the ocean. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because we really haven't gotten downtime to do much of anything.
Yeah, which is why I thought this was a good place. Because if I was going to have downtime, I always wanted to visit Angaria as Shaz. Because I always knew I was going to have a bunch of stuff to like knock out there.
Right.
And like I've been telling Gavin that since like, since we were back in Sea Shroud, man. Like I've been trying.
I think that's why he created this one shot.
He had this idea. He's had this idea for this one shot for like 3 months. So, it might have been the start of the idea, but he's been wanting to do this for forever.
Yeah, but we've gotten a lot of downtime stuff in, and we've gotten a lot of shit in.
We knocked out a lot of the bullshit. A lot of the bullshit has already been, like, taken care of. So now, like, we can... it's all going to be this event here.
I know next week, me and you aren't playing.
Yeah, which I think is pretty fair. I mean, like, we literally get 2 one-shots here that we had a 6-hour one, and this has already gone on for almost 2.5 hours now. So, I mean, like, this is...
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, their one-shot could be a 2-shot, too, and him do the same thing as he's doing this time.
I can't believe I've got just a dead hooker in my bag.
What the fuck you gotta you have a dead hooker in your bag?
Just one dead hooker.
100-pound dead hooker.
That's so great. I literally just got to write that in the script. Just dead hooker. That's perfect. Fun.
And the fact that she's a 100-pound dead hooker.
At least she wasn't too heavy.
I mean, hell, my backpack of holding is like triple what a bag of holding is. Like, my backpack of holding has so much, like, me and you, between the two of us, we just hoard everything.
We really do.
It's like, because if we get rid of something, we're gonna get rid of it and then be like, oh shit, I needed that. Like, like, I have literally a thing called a vial of strange blood. When am I gonna need a vial of strange blood? I don't know. When am I gonna need silver baby dragon eggs? I have necrotic slime from hell. 4 of them.
The necrotic slime, I think that's probably the Nickelodeon goop is what I wrote that down as, which is actually pretty good poison, by the way.
Or, I have, what is it? No. I have necrotic slime from hell, and then I have necrotic goop. I have 2 different things of that shit.
I am back.
Then I have divine ashes, man. I have divine ashes.
Yeah, we got all sorts of stuff, dude. Alright, so, yeah, we will, continue to make our way towards the House of Chance.
Okay.
So,
did you like the little paragraph I sent you?
Do what?
I said, did you like the little paragraph I sent you?
Oh, you know what? I was busy doing other stuff. I didn't look at it. Let me look.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Pooping? Yeah, that's
Don't worry about it.
for something you can read later.
No, I was feeding the animals.
Anyway,
There's something you can read later.
so back into it. Shortly before we get to the House of Chance, I will go ahead and cast Glibness.
Okay.
And, right before we're greeted at the door or anything, I'm going to cast Darkness. So
Darkness?
I will cast Darkness on the gold coin that I've been sitting there playing on my hands.
Are you holding the spell, or are you literally casting it right now?
I'm casting it right now, and then I will take that coin and place it in my pocket so it's not visible. So the darkness isn't shown anywhere.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And
I was about to say, that would kind of be a spectacle.
So, in fact, actually, yeah. I'll just do that. I do that right before we enter the place. That way, nobody
And right
sees
before we enter the place, I'm going to cast. Let's see. Is this what I want? Yeah, and I'm going to cast Shield of Faith.
On yourself?
Yep.
Okay.
+2 bonus to AC.
So, what you immediately notice is that the security in the exterior of this building has been heightened. There's about twice as many guards patrolling. You would imagine just at the exterior of this building, there's an increased amount of his guard. You notice there's some Dark Suns guards too, but you imagine they probably would have already been there. But just around the exterior of the building, you imagine there's probably at least 100 of his goons.
So I also want to clarify this. I will take. Oh, by the way, Brandon or Aaron, make sure you got that book before we left. I want you to announce that.
Yeah, I do have. I have the book of everything that we need.
Okay. So the book that everybody's was writing down for the materials and everything that we needed, he grabbed that. Like the stuff that we left for the alchemist is write down the supplies that he wanted and all that jazz. We got that. But I also want to say that I will take antithesis out before we get there, and I'll turn it into just something small like a palm dagger, and then I'll just throw it in the pocket dimension. And I'm going to take my shield off my back because it usually only comes into play whenever I animate my shield, and I'm just going to throw that on my non-dominant arm. So I'm not carrying a weapon, but I am holding a shield. It's Angarian. It's a dangerous place.
But it's going to take issue with you carrying a shield.
Yep, that's all. And then, like I said, we cast our spells, and then we enter the facility.
So, a couple guards, this time both human, they see you, but they don't say a word with you. They sort of, upon making eye contact,
I'm going to put my hand on Shizuki's shoulder, and I'm going to go look into Solomon.
Okay.
And I will continue to make my way, guiding him.
So when you look through Solomon's senses, you do see that the room is much more sparse. There's only about 8 or so different guards in this room. Before there was upwards of 20 to 30. You didn't get an exact count.
Now I'm going to tap on his shoulder 8 times.
Got it.
Okay.
Anything else? What do I hear?
You definitely hear Gilderoy. He seems agitated. Like, you hear him say, "They better be bringing something good for me to go out of my way like this." As one of his goons says, "We can only hope. Forgive me, sir, but I do not personally trust these Dark Suns fellows. They crave power. You can see it in their eyes."
He will die first. I'm gonna go back in to back to Suzuki. Ammo telepathy, 8 guards. He's pissed, well, worried, and I found a guard that's gonna die first.
Amulet telepathy. That's actually pretty good. I think we're doing all right. And
this particular guard was a, we'll just say he was a lizard folk.
And Solomon's going to be sitting in front of the door behind the table to where he blocks the door.
Okay.
And we will make our way directly to the meeting.
So
Alright.
one thing you do notice, from where Solomon is sitting now, you see Gilderoy walk over and pull up a chair to a table, and you notice to the bottom of that table is a gnomish pistol that he has strapped underneath the table to be obscured from view.
Hey. Anyone with telepathy? Shiziki. He has a pistol on the table.
Not too worried about it. I think this will be fine.
Neither am I. Solomon's sitting right behind him. All he has to do is grab his throat.
I don't even think that's going to be necessary, but it's always good to have options.
Hmm.
We will walk into the room. Is there like seating for us? I mean, what is the layout of the room?
So the layout of the room when you walk in, the half of the room where you would enter into is completely barren. Like, there's nothing there other than the occasional barrel, which they're closed. You can only imagine what's in them. On the opposite side of the room, there is a very ornate but small table, low to the ground, of course, because he is a gnome.
Just out of curiosity, is this the same room we met him in before, where he had his like this?
It is.
And he's got barrels in here. I thought this was like a luxurious place, or is this he just moved the furniture out?
So there is still nice furniture in here, but he does have. It's not like it's full of barrels, but you notice like 2 of them in the room,
Okay.
tucked against the wall on the opposite side.
All right, you're making it sound like this was like some.
No, it feels like a cellar with stone flooring.
Excuse me, sorry about that.
The table he's sitting at is very nice, but it has stone walls with like, you know, notable indentions in the walls where they had actual stones like inlaid into the walls. The only part that is luxurious that you notice is the open door to a back room, which again has 3 naked prostitutes in that room still.
So I need to know something, because I told him it was part of the letter that I wanted this to be a secret meeting that people wouldn't know about, and then he's got 100 goons outside. Were we taken through any kind of clandestine entrance? Were we like paraded in front of all these goons, or
You're taken down hallways.
right? But like
Instead of being directly taken there, you were taken down a more winding path.
like out of all these people for the extra security, like, do I gather that like a ton of people know that we're here? Or because I told them like this needs to be a hush hush meeting, but protect
No,
yourself.
you don't gather that a bunch of people know. You
Okay.
just gather that all he would have had to have done is just commanded
Yeah.
more people to be at the building at a certain time.
I just didn't know
and would it have
when
given
we
a
walk
reason for
in and there's all the security on the
it.
outside.
No, in fact, when you walk in, the casino is empty. Like,
Okay.
there's not even any patrons in the casino.
All right, that works. Yeah,
Sorry, I
sure,
didn't
sure.
clarify that.
No, it's all good. Yeah, we'll walk in the room and we'll sit down where it looks like our
There's no
designated
chairs.
spots to seat. Oh my god, really,
There's no chairs.
really? And I will straight up like, is there not a spot for us to sit down and have a civil meeting?
He speaks to you. You can just stand right there.
Okay.
Alright, that's fine.
Weapons remain sheathed.
That's fine.
He motions to his guards, and they all draw their weapons. You know the formalities.
So be it.
Uh-huh.
I thought we made it clear we had good news for you when we had this meeting.
Many enemies. You understand I cannot drop my guard, ever.
I'm aware. That's why we warned you of other enemies that you might not be aware of on the table. In fact, I don't know if it was made clear to you, but this Rondel figure, we were the ones that actually brought that to your attention.
Yes, he found a resting place in the bay south of here.
Perfect. We'll go more into that in a minute, but look, and I'll put both hands out in front of him, just with one hand holding the shield, but the other one like not armed. This is a time to enjoy yourself. We have wonderful news. The mission was
Very great news.
The mission was a success. The Dawn Reaver will not be your problem anymore.
And where is his body? You were
Before-
specifically instructed expected to bring it to me. I cannot be certain that he is dead
That's
until I see the
what we
proof for
wanted to
myself.
discuss.
Before we get that far, we need to discuss a little bit more of
Our arrangement.
and 100% of this contract real quick.
We were hired to bring you the Dawn Reaver dead. You said you wanted to give us a bonus if we were able to bring him to you alive. Well, what if I said we could bring him to you completely untouched, unharmed, fully alive for you to play with to your heart's content?
And how do you plan on pulling that off?
It's already been done. We already have captured the Dawn Reaver.
But we need to make some
Agreements, I would say.
The
and
agreements have already been made.
The agreements
Yes.
were for if we delivered him dead.
Dead.
Not alive.
No, if you delivered him to me alive.
You said
Yes, that's
you
what
would bring
you
us
said.
a bonus of $1 million gold.
250,000 for a dead body, an extra million for a living one.
That's not part of the contract. The
so
contract
we
was
need
for him
something
dead.
a little bit different.
We had a couple ideas. If we were able
And
to
I'm
bring
gonna
him
pull
to
out a
you
piece
alive.
of parchment and hand it to him.
You what?
I'm gonna pull out a piece of parchment and hand it to him.
As you take a step forward, he says, "Not another step." As he sort of motions with a
Easy.
finger over his shoulder, and one of the
I'm-
other guards walks over.
Before this evening's done, everyone will be extremely thrilled with how this works out. Like, our demands or requests, they're not complicated, and they're not, well, to be honest, they're not even that large. There's a few things that I
Everything-
know you can obtain for us that we would like to be able to get. To be
He
honest,
says, "Look, Ziki, you are not in a place to negotiate with me. You understand? Every instinct of mine was telling me not to hire you for this mission, but your commander put himself on a limb telling me that I should do so. I already offered you a bonus if you brought him to me alive. If you bring him to me alive, that is what you will get, nothing more, nothing less."
to be honest, hear me out. What we're asking for is probably less worth than what you were offering. It's just easier to go through you than just to have the money and try and do it ourselves. We have the Dawn Reaver. Will no longer be an issue for you and your people. So,
So
Where's your proof?
allow us. I will absolutely provide you proof. I just want to begin negotiations. I will
I'm gonna
give
pull
you
out
the
a belt of
proof.
daggers and just hand it to the guard. There's your proof that we have weapons of his.
We will provide
Gilderoy
all the
says-
proof that you'd like. You will see it firsthand for yourself. You don't have to
Gilderoy
agree to
says-
anything.
That's a belt of daggers that could have belonged to anyone.
Certainly. Listen to me, Gilderoy. All I'm asking is for you to just hear us out on what it is we want. Nothing will be signed, no contracts will be finalized until you see the absolute proof that you want to see. I mean, I can't think of a more fair offer than that. All I'm asking is for you to hear us out on what we would like.
Does that sound fair?
Let's assume I entertain the idea of giving you any more than I've already told you would give you for the delivery of this vigilante alive.
Again, this
What would it
isn't
be that
any
you would ask
more.
for?
This is, if anything, less. It's just easier to go through you because I know you have connections.
The only thing I need is a few reagents and a factory.
Before I agree to that, I need to know what you have.
We have the Dawn Reaver. Fully intact, ready for you to have as your plaything to murder and torture to your heart's content. And I can
I
provide
need
that
see
to
the
you.
proof.
Hear us out. Let's say hypothetically. Again, nothing's been finalized here. Hear us out that this is actually what we have. Is this
Tell me
something
what you want.
that's what we're trying to do.
Tell me what you want.
I need a large factory and the reagents that are on that list.
I could acquire those for you if I hadn't already agreed to an extra blasted million. Buy them yourself.
How about this? You keep your million,
for my factory and those reagents.
He laughs, says, "Okay,
Again,
if you have the Dawn Reaver alive, then I will replace your reward of 1 million gold for the use of a factory.
A
and few
large
trinkets.
factory.
and a substantial amount of those reagents. Those are things that we need.
Quickling hair, ooze,
Ectoplasm,
ectoplasm,
all the things that we want for the mansion.
and you can have your million. And you will have the Dawn Reaver. But I need a very large factory.
Fine. Now give me the Dawn Reaver.
And that factory is expected to be fully stocked and operational, ready to go, which I'm sure in this town you might have.
Can pull something together. Now give me the Dawn Reaver.
Alright, this, I absolutely promise. That will happen. Now, there's something else I would actually look into that I hope that we have a common interest in. Rondel, who I warned you about with the Hands of Fate, I'm glad to see that you've taken care of him. I'm curious if you did any looking into the Hands of Fate. I have my own reasons for dealing with them. I want any and all information that you have on them, and I would expect something of significance if you want to deduct from 1 million gold information that I could buy from you on this organization.
I did acquire some information. Of course, I'm not going to tell you it now.
That's
You
perfectly
understand.
fine, but you have to also understand 1 million gold to buy information needs to be a lot. Do you feel that that is something even close to that amount's worth?
I do.
You feel that you've obtained information that is worth 1 million gold.
Look, what do you want from me? You already know what I want. I know what you
am
want. I can get
telling
you what
you.
you need. I tire of this conversation. Bring me the Dawn Reaver.
The only other thing I want is to be able to clear my name from these previous mishaps that I've had.
If you can truly bring me the degree of success that you are promising, then you can expect to hear from me in the future for other missions.
I want it written in contract because I know, as you know, how Angarian works. I don't want to deliver the Dawn Reaver to you alive and well, and then we walk out of here to find out in the morning that they're dead, and it's written up in whatever people want to speak of it tomorrow, saying that it was the House of Chance that gathered her and captured her and killed her.
I will put it in writing that it was your glorious organization.
And I want that
that was
before
responsible.
a harm is touched on the Dawn Reaver's head.
And I also
Or
want,
hair is harmed. Yeah.
and I want the reagents to be delivered. I want paperwork signing from you saying the paperwork will be delivered, and of the warehouse and the shop,
The factory. Yeah.
the factory. Yeah, that.
Now,
Reagents will take some time to collect.
As long as it's in paper and in writing of the reagents and the factory.
I just don't want anyone double-crossing anybody here. You can understand that.
It will be done. Fine. Now where is the Dawn Reaver?
Hmm?
As he pulls out a piece of paper and scribbles real quick, and it states
Hold on, get it.
the members. It states the members of the Dark Sons hired for the contract of delivering the Dawn Reaver to the House of Chance will be rewarded with ample amounts of quickling hair and
Now,
ectoplasm,
I
as
don't-
well as a fully functional factory in which to construct.
I don't want you to sign that until we've delivered the proof. You put
As
it on there
you did
that
not
it has
tell me
been
that.
delivered, the job is completed in full, and I will show you, I will prove to you that the job is done. Is that fair?
He beckons one of his guards, takes it over to you, and on this it also says the lieutenant in charge of this mission will be rewarded with all information regarding the subject of a clandestine organization.
Yeah, see, that seems fairly vague. To be honest, and I don't know if that's worth 1,000,000 gold.
To be
Do you?
honest, do you want me writing the name of this on a piece of paper?
I just want to know if you feel that this is really worth 1,000,000 gold. I'll buy the information from you. You can deduct that from the cost, but otherwise, the rest of what you feel it's worth should just be subtracted from 1,000,000. If you feel that information's only worth 100,000 gold, then pay me what I deserve, the mission's cost, and the bonus of 1,000,000, but subtract 100,000.
Make a persuasion check.
So I have glibness up, so that'll be a 32.
That I forgot about that. I didn't even need to even ask you to make one. He says you'll each be rewarded 600,000 gold in exchange for the supplies that you ask and this information.
All right. Now then,
Okay.
I will expect the paperwork to be done when we prove this to you. So, now I have to cast a spell here. Everyone's remain calm. And I have to warn you, I used a bit of trickery with her. So, she will be ready and amply to go. But I will contain her. I have an ability to do that. But you have to let me handle the situation. Gilderoy, if you would
With
please...
a look of confusion, he looks at you and says, "Her."
Stand behind your guards and everything will be explained. I want to make sure that you're safe. When I release her, she's going to come at you with that full murderous intent that she has.
Just trust
God's
us.
at the ready. He looks perplexed.
But I need you to all stand down. Just protect Gilderoy. And this will all come in all clarity in a moment. And I will loosen the scarf from my neck.
He looks at his guards and says, "Gods, be ready to fire."
And I will take the scarf and drop it on the ground. Here is your Dawn Reaver.
That's a piece of cloth.
That
I'm gonna step. I'm
is
gonna
a
side
piece of cloth.
step. I'm gonna side step to the side to where the door is visible and stand there.
Now, again, she will be ready to go. Be ready for this. But I'll handle this. Again, the agreement was until everything is signed and done, not a hair will be harmed on the Dawn Reaver. I just want to make sure all of our paperwork and everything is taken care of before you just kill her. Is that understood? Everybody in the room, we all understand that.
If Dawn Reaver suddenly appears here, she dies.
You said you wanted to kill her yourself. That's the whole point and process that I brought her here for you. This was the best way I could do it. I will
So
contain
aim for
her.
her legs.
Sure. I don't care how you want to do it. I just need you to not kill her until I get paid and everything is signed and taken care of.
And I'm in agreement.
Until
with
our
it.
contract is completed, I am not turning over her for her to die in your hands. That was what our agreement was it not?
Contain her, bring her here.
I will contain her right here. You have to give me a moment. It takes a moment to do. I'm not a fucking magician. I'm not here to entertain children. This is high-end magic.
Just understand. She will appear. She will be contained.
She will be trapped, not able to harm anyone, once you give me a moment to contain her after I release her. That's why I just want to make sure Gilderoy is protected.
Shiniki, just do it. Just do it.
Yep.
Hurry up and let's get this over with.
I like the way you think. And I will take a step back. This is right in front of the front doors. Right in front of the front doors that we have there. And I will cast Dispel Magic with glibness up so it automatically works on the scarf.
And suddenly she is there and full equipment. And she looks, eyes lock on Gilderoy.
And hold on one second.
Weapon off of her back.
And hold on 1 second. Suzuki, go.
I will immediately cast Force Gauge around her. The full solid wall Force Gauge.
She gets to the edge and runs into the wall. What? She looks back at the two of you. Traitor!
Well, this is Angarian there, sweetheart.
Just stay there.
You
So,
hang there for a moment, and then you'll see me visibly give a sigh.
She looks to you
You're
and says,
done, Reaver.
Aaron's gonna crack his neck. So, the paperwork and our payment.
she looks at you, Shiziki, and says, "You know, I can get out of here if I want to."
Amulet telepathy, Aaron, say a thing.
I'm gonna speak into her mind. Trust me, this will all work out. We are trying to get paid for what we have done. We are going to let you out as soon as it's over. Stay in there, stay calm, and it will all work out, and you will have your man. Okay?
Tell her we
So,
could have killed her
Follow the
earlier.
plan. We could have killed you earlier. You could have died. We could have done all this. You were a freaking scarf, for heaven's sakes. I could have destroyed you very quickly by cutting up his freaking scarf. But instead, we brought you your man. Let us get paid, and then you will have your part in this. So stay calm and let us do our thing.
So, since that was a really good argument, I'm going to give you advantage on this, but I'm going to give you a few options. This is all down to how much you want me to know. You can, if you catch my meaning, you can either make a deception check, a persuasion check, or a straight charisma check, so that way I don't know whether you're being truthful or lying. That's up to you.
Oh, I'm being truthful.
Then make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. I'm being truthful as hell. Proficiency in persuasion.
Hey,
Oh,
Magic,
yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
That was an important roll. I will immediately turn as she says she can get out of there. I'd like to see you try. I've captured so many stronger people than you in that thing. And I'll say with the utmost arrogant confidence that Gilderoy can hear.
We got this in the bag, sweetheart.
She looks over at Gilderoy and says, "Do you really think that you have won?" You can tell she's changing her voice, obviously.
Right, and I will
still die today.
wave a hand just in dismissal. Sit back, or stand, but at a more relaxed position. There you go. Now can we all settle down a bit? We have delivered exactly what you wanted. You can see, without a doubt, all the weaponry, all the whatever bullshit this thing has had the entire time, delivered to you in full. Completely unharmed for you to do with whatever the hell you want to when we're done.
So,
He looks
are
and
we in agreement?
says, "Oh yes, we are in agreement." He walks up to the force cage and says, "I look forward to peeling the flesh from your bone, Dawn Reaver."
Now, the funny thing about that particular spell is it doesn't wear off for an hour, which I think gives us plenty of time to finish our paperwork. Maybe an extra bonus now that you see we were being truthful. All this paranoia that everyone had in here is just a little bit of an insult, I'm not going to lie, because we came in completely doing exactly what we said we were going to do in, what, a day? A day and a half, I think it was, Aaron? After all
Yeah,
these things
and it
were
was
going
only
on?
2 of us that did it.
And I'm
Oh,
pretty sure no one's
two
died
of
in this
you.
entire time.
The two of you have more than exceeded my expectations, which admittedly were very low. However, oh yes, the two of you, you make quite the team. You deliver results. I like that.
Good.
How would you like to be my new primary agents from the Dark Suns?
I mean,
I
Very,
believe I could
Very well.
do very good work with you in my employ, as he's almost like eyeing the Dawn Reaver like a piece of meat.
If you write that into the contract and sign
Oh
it.
yes.
I've been a mercenary for the bulk of my life. Everything comes at a cost. As long as you're willing to meet those costs, then we have much to discuss.
He walks over, grabs the piece of parchment, and then like puts it up against the force cage, like using it as a surface. Brandishes a quill and
you
does
see,
a quick.
you wrote 600,000 on there. I don't think that number was quite right. I think it was supposed to be, if you just draw a little bit more in there, an 800,000 perhaps?
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah, 800,000.
Well,
Come on.
actually, no, you don't need to make a persuasion check. You have glibness. So,
32.
never mind. He looks at you and he says, so long as you stay around, just make sure she doesn't... Or no, he doesn't know it's a she. Make sure he doesn't pull anything while I am torturing and killing him, just to make sure that
Oh, of course.
my
of course.
playtime goes uninterrupted.
You're
Of
And yes,
course.
free to
money
do
can
with
be
it
yours.
as ever you want. Our job was to deliver to you alive and completely intact for you to do whatever you want with. If you want us to do
I'm
more,
changing the deal. You must stay here while I kill him.
that's a new deal.
Mm.
Sign the contracts, get it done, and then you can make whatever arrangements you want with us as you can. I just want to make sure I have something to deliver back to my commander saying we completed this job in full. You don't understand, ever since I admittedly flopped the job the last time that you hired me, I've had flack that I've had to deal with. I just want to make sure that I can send something back to my guild masters saying that we saved face and made ourselves look a bit better because of me coming
Oh,
through
you
here.
have my highest compliments. You have...
And you have to
Yes.
understand, this is my proof. This is my judgment of being in the Dark Suns, of whether I fit in or not. So I need a good word.
At this point, the Dawn Reaver has started approaching the edge of the Force Cage and brandishes a blade.
I'm gonna speak into her mind. Stop. Let us continue.
Amulet
to
telepathy.
Trust me.
Let her continue
Please.
to build empty threats. As long as she's not actually going to get out of the cage, who the fuck cares what she does? Let her put on a show.
You can do. Put on a show. Do empty threats. Do whatever you need to do, but do not get out of that cage.
The
Okay.
cage protects her. Make sure she knows that.
Trust me. The cage is going to protect you from what it was about to happen. It's going to make sure you live.
Now, I'm sorry,
So
Mr.
please
Gilderoy.
relax.
She says back to you, yes, I am doing exactly that. I'm putting on a show.
Thank you.
now-
I want you to survive this, so please, for my conscience, don't get out.
If this is all in the motion now, can we not have all the guns pointed at us? Because honestly, that makes me a little. It really just kills the vibe.
It makes me uncomfortable.
At this point, he just seems like drunk with ecstasy. Well, yes, of course. Guards, just lower your weapons.
Is there anything like a drink stand
all
or
quite
anything in
alright.
here?
There's a few casks.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, over there. You mind just tapping that cask? I mean, I think.
Yeah,
that
let's
would
have a
actually
few
be-
drinks.
That would
We're
be
here to
well.
celebrate.
Do as he said. This is dwarven import.
Now,
Good.
Gilderoy, are all of our terms acceptable? Is everything fine? Everything done? Can we please sign the contracts and have everything in motion here?
Dane, take him the contract, see that it is to his liking. You see that he has crossed out with 2 lines the 600,000 part, and signed underneath where he crossed it out, and then wrote 800,000 above, and that he, with a nice flourish, has put a big Gert Gilderoy signature at the bottom, with a line that goes almost all the way across to the top of the page.
And all the information about the Hands of Fate, I'm sure, is actually there. Like I said, we have common enemies like this bitch over here. The Hands
I
of
weighed
Fate.
the value of my information that I have for you, which is why I am still paying you a great
But
deal.
Everything that you know of the Hands of Fate.
Everything that I have.
Perfect. Aaron, I think we have everything here. Is that right?
She's gonna look at my factory, my reagents, my money.
Yeah, you read that it's all in the contract. He
It's
promises
all there.
He promises you 2 pounds of quickling hair and ectoplasm.
Perfect. Me and
Perfect.
Aaron
Which
will.
you know it only takes about for the ectoplasm. It only takes about like 8
I know.
ounces or like 2 ounces of ectoplasm. So
And the hair
Hold on,
only
Aaron.
takes about the same amount.
Step over here so we
Or
can make sure we can
post-credit.
read this correctly, and we will step over
Right.
by the only other door that is the exit to this room.
Well, there's only one door that's an exit to this room.
Oh, I thought
And
there
it's
were
being
2.
blocked by the cage.
Right. Okay, it looks like this is good. We all in agreement here? This is all good?
Oh wait, you placed the force cage in a way that it would block the door?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, nice. Okay, I didn't catch that part.
Oh, wait, it gets better.
So, are we all set here, Aaron?
We're all set.
You know what? I think this is pretty great, and I'll reach into my pocket casually here and yeah, I think this is a perfect time to begin celebrations for the evening, don't you?
I do.
All right, and I'll look at him and wait for him to begin to cast his spell, and as soon as he does, I will take.
I'm going.
I'm taking.
I'm gonna cast Rope Trick.
And I will take
as he-
the coin out of my pocket that has darkness on it and chuck it into the room.
And as I cast Rope Trick
Where
in
in
the
the
dark
room are you chucking it? To
You're
where
right-
like the guards are?
Right into the middle of the room, so the whole room is covered in darkness.
and then
Okay.
as soon as the darkness hits, Solomon's going to release the bomb. The smoke bomb. The Herodus smoke bomb.
And me and Aaron will climb
Are
up
going in
this
the rope
rope.
trick. And
So
it's only a 5-foot rope.
this all happens in an instant where you guys catch a little bit of the scent of harrow dust, not to do anything to you. You climb it quick enough, but like you smell it, and you know what harrow dust smells like, and it's strong, it's concentrated. But
It's-
this all happens in an instance where this
It's 8
darkness just emits
pounds
into the
of
middle
harrow
of the room.
dust that gets released into this
Like
room.
8
You used all
pounds.
8 pounds?
Yes, I
8
did.
pounds of harrow dust in this small room. And there's
That's gonna
no
affect
exit.
the DC a little bit. Yeah, that's gonna affect the DC a little bit.
Yeah, because I used 8 fucking pounds of that shit.
So I'm gonna give that a DC of 20. No, 22. They all fail. 100% of them fail. So immediately, when this darkness emits into the room, this overwhelming scent of Herodus hits your nose for just a second, but they all start coughing, and before they just like gasping noises, before some of the guards just passed out from basically an OD. You notice that Gilderoy doesn't, but he's like, "What in the blazes is going on?" Ugh. He's having a bad trip by this point, as he's just like, you see this, Shiziki, from the comfort of your rope trick is less than 30 feet because of your witch sight, of him just like twirling, like looking around as he's high off his ass.
And by the way, ethereal form.
Yeah, and just for safekeeping, I'm going to go ahead and go into shadow form.
So now I get to see everything.
And this is just a cloud of harrow dust. Of 8
With the
fucking
dark-
pounds of harrow dust in the air. And we're just going
And
to wait
darkness.
and see how much of this harrow dust these people can survive.
So let me roll something.
In fact,
Oh my god, you're not going to believe this. I just
What?
rolled a d8 because there's 8 of them to see how many died from an harrow dust overdose.
Did you
wanna know
roll an
what
8?
I rolled a fucking 8.
Hey Gavin, do you like our combat without combat?
Yeah.
also,
All right, so what happens next as you both see these 8 guards just collapse? Gilderoy is down on a knee. He seems to be clinging on to life, but
I mean, is there still a giant cloud of harrow dust in the room?
there is.
Then
Yeah.
we're waiting in the safety of the rope trick.
Yep, we're just sitting here.
It takes probably a couple minutes before all this harrow dust actually settles on the ground. But eventually, when the cloud settles, it almost looks like you were near, like the ground is covered in ash. Though, of course, you know it is not ash. With just this black powder just lining the ground, probably about 1/8 of an inch thick.
If the
Pretty much
cloud's
everywhere in
gone,
that room.
I'm going out of the rope trick, but
Yeah,
I'm going
me,
to hover.
Me and Aaron
I'm gonna hover like
are not disturbing
Just
the
like-
ground where the harrow dust is, and I'll tie a cloth over my face. He'll tie a cloth over his face.
At
Yep.
this point, when you come out, Gilderoy with just a cough, just guards, kill them! As he looks back, like he hasn't noticed yet that his 8 guards are passed out on the ground. He looks back to you in shock and says, "There will be hell to pay with the sons for this. You know of our contract."
Yep.
This
So
is what you
anyway,
get
Not
for
to harm
killing-
each other's members.
This is what you get for killing members of the Dark Sons.
you know what? I could have put that better myself, Aaron.
Shizuki, did you get that thing that you needed so that way you could get rid of this box?
I
At this point,
did.
I will say this: Gilderoy, he's just wide-eyed with shock. Like, he's still down on a knee. At this point, he's on 2 knees. He's not saying or doing anything except staring wildly with large bulbous eyes directly in front of him.
Well then, shall we break down the wall of the box?
At this point, Gwen takes off her mask, and
Well-
she says, "His name was Edgar Blankenship. He was my husband
cast
and the love of my life."
disintegrate with my scroll on the force cage.
As soon as it disappears, she says, "And you killed him!" She takes her double-bladed scimitar, and
Nope. We cannot stab him. I will make sure I put a hand on her. He's dying. You get to see it. You cannot stab him.
Why?
Because of
you will
our
cause
plan.
a fucking civil war. We brought you here. You get to watch him die. If you stab him, all of our planning goes to waste. Watch him
Doesn't seem
die.
happy.
Hold him dying. Watch him. Look him in the eye as he goes. I don't fucking care. But you will not ruin our
I'm
plans.
gonna pull out my little 8-ounce sack of hair dust. Let me see your weapon. I will give it back to you.
At this point, she has
Trust me.
tears in her eyes, and she says, "He was supposed to die by my hand."
Then
He
put
will.
your hand
Give me-
over his mouth. I don't care. But you
Give
cannot
me your
stab
weapon,
him.
and I will hand you something, and you will kill him.
At this point, the next thing you see her do, she takes both of her hands and closes them around his throat.
Over the
And as he
mouth,
does
over
that-
the nose. Not choking. We don't leave markings. Over the mouth, over the nose. It works just as well.
And
Fine.
before she moves her
What do you
hands, I'm
have?
gonna pour the 8-ounce bag. I'm gonna hand her the 8-ounce bag of hair dust. Shove that down his throat. Pour the powder down his throat.
At this point, he sort of seems like he's coming around, and he's just, "No! No!" As she, like, holds him down on the ground and, like, pinches the side of his face to get his mouth open. And, yeah, she pours the whole bag down his throat and then covers his mouth. His name was Edgar Blankenship.
You just ingested another 8 ounces with the freaking hair dust.
At this point, you see that he's, like, starting to foam at the mouth. Like, he has, like, grayish colored slobber that's just, like, dripping down the side of his face on both sides. As she continues to smother him by holding both hands over his mouth and his nose, while he's just thrashing, trying to claw at her arms to no avail, before eventually the twitching and the kicking just stops. And she continues to hold her hand there some more, as you notice she's just starting to weep.
Best combat ever.
Now, you have what you wanted. Sit tight for a moment. Relish in the fact that he died. And is he actually dead?
You want to check?
Yeah, Aaron's gonna
Yeah?
go over there and check.
You check for a pulse. You feel nothing.
Soul cage.
Okay.
I yanked
Yeah.
that dude's soul out and I put it in a cage. Now then,
You have it.
I think it would be a good time to have a word with the second in command. And I will cast the Speedy Courier, and I will write a message that says, "Come to the meeting room. I think you'll be pleased."
You realize you don't have any paper? I'm just kidding.
But Yeah, nothing gets returned to you. You wait a minute, nothing happens. At this point, she gets up, and she's sort of, like, chin tilted down. And she just looks at both of you with just tears streaming down her face. Thank you. Thank you so much for this.
Well, we had a common enemy, and we acted on it. I just hope you can understand. I extended a bit of trust to you whenever I turned you into a scarf. I just want you to
And
know.
I, you, she says with almost a chuckle.
We're
It
people
has
you
been
can
done.
trust.
Give me one thing. This wasn't part of the deal, but I don't think you'll find this disagreeable. When we leave here, can I have a drink with you? She says with another laugh. Like, not as the Dawn Reaver, of course, obviously, but as myself, as Gwen.
Well, you have to understand, the Dawn Reaver no longer exists, and I will hold up the paperwork that I got from Gilderoy. According to this, the Dawn Reaver was delivered to Gilderoy and tortured, probably, to death. In fact, that reminds me of something. Hold on. And I will open up my bag of holding and dump out a dead hooker on the floor.
She immediately, her tone sombers. Would you care to explain something to me?
Right. This is a sacrifice that was made so that you can live. The Dawn Reaver had to die. Meet said Dawn
I
Reaver.
didn't want that. I didn't want somebody to die for me.
Do you know who this is?
In all technicality, she was overdosing. So we found her, she was already dying. We couldn't do anything.
I happened to find her as she was actually stabbing a mother of two to death to take the money from her to get drug money. I healed the woman back to life so she could take care of her children, and then I exuded justice on her. So I I killed a murderer to save you. Alright, yeah. Deception, which I'm also double proficient in now. And I have glibness up, so that's a 32.
So you're lucky, because a natural 20 of mine would have actually been higher than your roll. However, I rolled a natural 19. So, well, as long as I suppose I can accept a monster being sacrificed so that I may live.
Like, was war, or preventing a war. So, this will be you. You will start anew, which is what I told you would have to happen. I hate that I had to come this way, but this was the best way of doing it. Now, where the fuck is the second in command? Where is Reinhardt?
I'm gonna speak inside her head. Do you have the money for travels? Or do you need some assistance with that?
She says to you, I have a few million.
Good.
I believe I can handle this just fine.
Do you have it
Good.
on you?
Then get to Palmer.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I'm talking to her
I
in her
can't hear
head.
that. Yeah, that's right. I can't hear that.
Do you have it on you?
No, it's back
Where-
in my mansion.
I will... I'm sorry, go ahead and do your thing there, Aaron.
We will make sure we retrieve it for you. We will send it to you. Here's a couple platinum. Leave now and go towards Palmeralty.
Don't worry about that. I'm going to... If you take a look at point 20 something or another...
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're at point 21 out of the 22-point plan, so we're well along.
Are we at the point? Are we at number 22? I thought
we're at
I thought
20.
we told us supposed to go.
We're just about at 21.
How much have you guys been talking over the last few days?
A lot.
I sent him something. I sent him a bunch of stuff. Well, I sent you the general plan yesterday, but then I sent you the actual breakdown of the plan about 2 hours before we started the session today. I'll even tell you what, Gavin. I will send you the plan that I created when the session
After
is
we're done.
I mean, it's already said and done, so I don't see the harm in it.
Yeah.
No, it's not. We're not even halfway through yet.
So
We still have things.
I will cast
All right, then
the
wait
speedy
until
courier
it's done,
spell,
then.
and I will send it to the second to Reinhardt again. I expect your presence immediately if you want this to go as well as you hoped. at the outside the meeting room in the House of Chance. And I will send that off, and I will spend another platinum. And I
Okay.
definitely want that written all in, like, bold lettering. all
So she
angry.
says to the two of you, so I have a question. When this body is discovered, what is to be the name of this assailant?
It's the Dawn Reaver. What are you talking
The
about?
Dawn Reaver.
So you don't plan on divulging my identity then? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, your identity is your identity. This will be the Dawn Reaver.
I
I
said,
said, like we
the
said, the
Dawn
Dawn
Reaver
Reaver
can never
died.
return to Angaria. The Dawn Reaver dies today.
We never said you couldn't. We just said the Dawn Reaver can't.
She looks at the two of you and says, well, I suppose this would likely help, as she hands you her mask, which is just a solid black mask, like completely obscures identity with a couple eye holes, but like kind of across where the nose would be of the mask, in between like the two eyes, you see the image of like a scythe that sort of flourishes at the top and goes across, like the blade covers the left eye. And she
Well,
hands that to you and says, I suppose this would likely help sell it. Don't
I'm
you
gonna
think?
take the mask and I'm gonna put it onto Gilderoy. I'm gonna put it like just like halfway on his head, like he was wearing it as a hat, like a party hat.
I'm gonna go ahead while I'm waiting for this guy. I'm gonna start arranging the bodies in the most sexual forms possible. Like, I'm gonna start taking off pants and like making it look like a massive fucking orgy was happening here of all the
And-
dead guards.
As we agreed, your ring.
Yes, I suppose that was part of the deal. She takes those off. And, well, she takes the ring off and she puts it in your hand.
I put it on and then turn it.
Yeah, when you do, your weapons and armor completely disappear, turn into almost like a light plasma as they disappear into the ring. You're wearing nothing but your tunic, your tunic shirt, your pants, and some boots, and that's it.
Cool. I'm gonna turn it back over. I'm still in ethereal form, so I still look ghostly any fucking ways.
At this point, I would say it would fade right about now. She says, by the way, the two of you, those are some nifty tricks, referring to your transformations. I don't suppose I could possibly learn how to do that.
I mean, in given time, if you wanted to work for us, you could. It's always possible.
Anything's possible with us.
But again, that takes time, that takes loyalty. You get a chance to start anew. If that's something you wanted to do, then you could always work for us, but that's your choice.
I owe the both of you a debt. I truly do. At this point, you hear a knock on the door, and the door opens barely, to the point where an individual wishing to enter the room would have to kind of squeeze through the track, like through the crack, like in the door.
I will
But
bark
after-
in Gilderoy's voice. Who is it? Who bothers us?
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. As when he sees it's you. Oh, by the heavens. When he sees all these guards dead, as well as Gilderoy, and Gwen standing there in full gear.
Hello. So, you're gonna sell this, or I will come back personally, and I will put a bullet between your eyes. Understood?
See, Reinhardt, whenever I said that you had a role to play, this is what I meant.
So
again, I will put a bullet between your eyes, unless you sell this.
Reinhardt,
So are you gonna sell this?
here's the story. Gilderoy captured the Dawn Reaver, as I will motion to the mutilated body on the ground. He had himself a wondrous evening, torturing the thing that had been just driving him mad. And in that madness, he decided he was going to throw himself a party like no one had ever seen before. Quite
I'll
the drug
say-
party.
As he scrapes the ground and like sprinkles some of the harrow dust from between his fingers, how much of the stuff was there?
Enough
About-
that a rich bastard like Gilderoy would be able to throw in a party. He
Was
had
about 8
himself
pounds of
the
it.
best and biggest hero dust there ever was, but it was too much for his itty bitty little gnome heart. And they
Actually,
all
it was 8 pounds, 8 ounces of harrow dust.
8 pounds,
So it's
8
8
pounds. And they all died because you got too excited from celebrating the Dawn Reaver's death. Now that might sound a little suspicious to some, but to be honest, you're the one in charge of Angaria's House of Chance now, so I don't think too many people will question your authority on the matter.
And because you are new leader of this, see this paperwork? We do still expect to get paid.
It's all signed by Gilderoy himself. It's all official. So, I'll let VV know that he'll be expecting your call, because if there's any help you need dealing with this, feel free to hit him up. But otherwise, and I'll pat him on the shoulder, congratulations on your promotion. But if you don't mind, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we need to leave.
He's just staring at the piece of paper, stunned.
Well,
I'm gonna-
it's been
and-
fun.
and-
I'm gonna take the paper and go, we need this for proof. Thanks! You
Yeah.
read it all.
It's been
Have
great.
a nice day.
That's it for
Solomon's
us.
gonna-
We gotta go. Solomon,
Solomon-
Gwyn,
as
Aaron, assemble.
And
As
Gwen
Solomon
looks
walks
at the
by
two
him-
of you and gives you a wink before she puts a hand on Reinhardt's shoulder, who doesn't even respond to her hand on his shoulder. And by the way, if by day's end tomorrow the conscript's brothel is not shut down, I will be coming for you.
We told you. And as Solomon walks by, he's gonna take his tail that has like the mace end on it, and he's just gonna smack him in the nuts. Just
A
hard enough
light
to make
little
it hurt.
tap. Yeah, that's good.
As like a as he
Remember-
like drops to one.
We can all be friends. We can. Well,
Not.
I think it speaks for itself as I just do a grand gesture of the room.
And the bullet that I was throwing up in the air, I'm going to set it in front of him because he's on his knees, in front of his eyes, just to where if I pushed on his head, it would go through. I could push his head under the between his eyes and the bullet. I'm just going to set it there and go, keep that
Now then,
as a reminder. And I'm going to walk out.
if we're all ready, if everyone could gather for a moment here, not you, Reinhardt, you've got to clean this whole fucking thing up, and this is, I'm not taking the time for this. Everyone else, if we could gather hands, please.
I'm going to gather hands.
And I will reach into my bag and I will activate the arcane stone.
You're activating the arcane stone.
Yep.
I figure this is a good time for it. I don't want to use it for what else I had planned. This is good enough.
This is great. It's a part of our 22-step plan. We are officially on step 21.
The last thing you see before you crush the stone is Reinhardt reaching onto the ground, scattering some of the powder across the back of his finger, and just giving a big sniff. And then you're gone.
So here's
and
the question.
You are at Celia's destroyed cottage.
Perfect. I'm glad that worked out. First thing I
Yeah,
do is
glad
I
we're
reach
here.
into my bag and I take out the Wand of Secrets to check for any traps, because this is also where Relicanter left this shit, and I want to make sure we're not like landing in fucking trap zone.
Find any traps?
Did
Perfect.
we find all of our stuff? Is there
All
stuff
of
in there?
Wilhelm's stuff is there. Surprisingly, considering it was just kind of strewn across the ground in the open, but everything looks to be in order.
I'm gonna take my empty backpack of holding and start shoving everything I can inside the backpack of holding.
And I will turn towards Gwen. Well, that was fun.
Kind of mid-sentence. Like, this is almost a glomp. Like, she runs towards you and, like, airborne hugs you
I will
as she's...
hug her back. I told you could trust us. You just had to give us time to set things in motion.
so much. Thank you.
Of course.
Seeing this, I'm gonna kind of stand up and We told you we would handle it.
She breaks her embrace of Shiziki and like sort of jogs over to you and gives you just like she's almost squeezing you too tight, but gives you a huge hug. Says,
I'm gonna wrap my hand around her.
I can finally sleep at night.
At least one of us can.
So, Gwen, the question is, what do you want to do now?
Senju teaches that all debts must be repaid, and I certainly owe you one. Tell me about this, about what you have arranged in Primralty. What do you do there? What is this? Fill me in on some of the details as she's sort of wiping tears from her eyes.
It's a reckoning. There's been a lot of injudgment in the world, which is why I wanted to deal with Gilderoy. I can't stand for people like that. But Gilderoy's not the only Gilderoy in the world, if you catch my meaning. I'm raising troops to be able to deal with things like that, to rectify the injustice as I see fit. Now, not everyone can agree to my morality, I understand that, but I think me and you see the world in the same perspective. If you'd like, there's someone I'd like you to talk with, that can lay out my perspective on things, and help you decide if you want to be a bit of an extremist, or just help those that are lost. And that's all in Primralty. And if you decide to do this, you would technically work for me, or the Seven Sins, as me and Aaron are both a part of. But you could do a lot of good in the world. You could make changes, real changes, that will affect the futures.
And hell, who knows? You may even run across us again to help us out with something.
I sincerely hope so.
Oh, I'm sure you would if you decide you want to work with us on this. But that's, again, up to you. I can't force anything upon you, Gwen. I just want you to know that that's an option for you. And I think this is a good time for you to be able to start anew.
Do some good.
And I will go collect your things from your place. I know where it is.
If there's anything that's
About
in your
that.
room that you want, I can send it to you, but I think it might be best to lay low and not go back to Angarian. I know we agreed the Donry would never return, but Gwen not coming back might be a good idea as well.
For at least for now.
She reaches into one of her pouches and brandishes a golden key and says, "This is the key to my manor." Now,
I'm gonna
I
reach
know
out, lay out my
because
hand.
she places in your hand. I know because, well, I know things. That there has recently been a large property that was purchased in Angaria by a member of the Dark Sons. I can only assume that that would be the two of you.
Yes.
Any furniture that you find that you may like is yours. Anything that you have that you would like, that you find in my mansion, is yours. It's yours to have. I don't have any further need of it.
What would you like me to do with your house?
Whatever you would like.
Do you think we could use it as maybe a safekeeping place to let people stay that might need a place to lay low for a while?
Absolutely. If you could use my mansion to help the oppressed and downtrodden, then absolutely, I would like nothing more.
Is there an address or anything written on that key? Just something that we can know where
I
exactly?
already know exactly where it is. I followed her through the servo.
Oh, yeah. All right. Gwen,
I know exactly
I'll
where
put
it
a
is.
hand on her shoulder. You walk your own path, but I hope you walk her with us going forward. And if there's happiness that you can achieve or fun along the way, I hope we can share it together in upcoming future adventures. And I will reach down to my pants and I will pull them away just a little bit so that she sees the linen, the waistband that I'm now wearing. And then I'll pull my hand away and be like,
She says, "You found collateral." As she laughs. She says, "Yes, that was a. I named it as such to ensure that I had a prosperous future without any repercussions as a result of my actions."
Well, may your actions be as fun, if not frivolous, as you want them to be, without the guilt and burdening on your heart that you've had up to this point.
We will make sure your riches, at least, get sent to you. Once you reach Parmalty, let us know, and we will get them to you.
To be honest, if you wouldn't mind spending the night here, I think I might be able to have a guide for you come morning.
Is amenable. Yes. That's fine. She seems just like overjoyed, like she doesn't even know what to do with
Rummaging through the stuff,
herself now.
I'm gonna pull out a backpack through the stuff and a tent and a bedroll and hand it to her. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
I want to look through the downtrodden, busted up remains of Phila's house. Are there, and I know it's hard to do this without Kelly being here, is there any mementos or anything like that of her ramshackle house left?
Is the ship still there?
No, the ship didn't.
No.
The ship crashed somewhere else.
There's you find a few pots and pans.
I will say
a
this,
bed.
I want to collect the remains of her front door. Whatever there is.
It's in 2 pieces, but other than that, it's not shattered.
Yeah, I'll collect her front door and put it in my bag if I can fit it in there.
Yeah, you can.
Alright, yeah, I'll collect the remains of her front door.
I'm gonna throw the backpack over top of my shoulder. I got all of Wilhelm's stuff.
Well, and I will take out the very expensive bottle of wine that I had collected the last time all of us had lunch together. I'd say a toast is in order, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm in for it. I'm gonna take the bag and.
Gwen, I have to know, how is it that you drink so much but aren't affected? Is it a bit of the magic, or is that just really your tolerance?
That's just me. I swear that's just me.
That's impressive. Really. And I will take out my jewel-encrusted goblet that I got from Reiner's mansion. I don't know if there's any other cups, but I will pour heavily into that thing and have us all be able to pass it around and drink our
there's also some pots and stuff that you can brandish from the wreckage too.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I will pass the jewel-encrusted goblet to Gwen, and I will take my wok that I made out of the fucking whatever thing I did. The stir fry. No, wait, that's a different thing. But I made a wok out of one of the fucking.
I'm gonna pull out the snake's tail of my mechanical snake.
I made it out
There
of
you
a
go.
Use that as like a ram's horn.
Mind Witness
Yeah, I'm gonna use it as
Skull
a drinking
wok.
horn.
What skull walk?
Mind Witness Skull wok. I made a wok out of this giant thing. I'm gonna pour a good bit of wine in that thing, and that's what I'm going to slurp out of.
I have the tail of the snake as a drinking horn.
Okay.
And we will drink this very expensive bottle of wine that we got in Angaria.
Okay. You do that, and there's some jovial moments where she tells you about. I'll say this. In the middle of this drink, she says, if the 2 of you ever need any help, removing a problem, I happen to have the same master as a Drandal Merkenfold, if the name rings a bell.
What the fuck is a Drandal Merkenfold?
You've heard the name. We talked about this before. He is, like, the #1 assassin in the kingdom.
Oh! Shiz biscuits, okay. I am very curious about this. And what is your relationship with this Mr. Merkenfold?
followers of Senju, trained under the same person.
And if I wanted to perhaps get in touch with him, how could I do that?
You only get in touch with me. You do that, I set up a meeting.
That is actually extraordinarily helpful.
Yes, thank you.
See, to tell you a little something about my god, Senju is a lesser deity, in fact, only recently ascended. He only rose to power to a seat of divinity about 200 years ago. However, in his life as a mortal, he had a brother whose name was Vistra. Well, name is Vistra, as he still lived. I happen to have been a member and trained by an elite organization of assassins known as the Scythes of Senju. That's where I learned my skills. We don't take certain jobs. Drandel admittedly may have lost his way, but I'm sure he feels as though he has justification for his actions. But we exert vengeance. We correct the wrongs in this world with our blade. We were trained by his brother to exert the will of his brother, my god. So,
Wonderful.
if you ever need contact with the Scythes of Senju, let me know that as well.
I would definitely be interested in meeting with them because it seems they might have some similar interests of mine.
One of some of that we know. So, it'll be wonderful. Thank you.
However, I have had a day, and I think it would be a good time to turn in. I don't know how early in the day it is. I imagine it's fairly late.
It's probably about like 9, 10 o'clock at night. Like, the sun is set by this point.
I'm ready to fucking pass out. I don't know about you, Aaron.
Well, I guess tomorrow we have to go meet with the commander.
We'll get back there tomorrow. Don't worry. I have a means for that. In step 22 of the 22-point plan.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Yeah, so if you want to fast forward to the morning, that'd be great.
Yes.
I mean, I'll say this. You awake in the morning, she's still there. They're just wearing regular clothes at this point. You don't really know where her... Well, yeah, actually, you don't really know where her gear went, seeing as how you have her ring now. But, yeah, she arises in the morning, does a stretch, and looks at the two of you with a smile on her face and just says...
I mean, it could be in the backpack that I gave her.
Well, true. Yeah, that's probably where she would have put it. Well, good morning to you both. As she brandishes her weapon and attaches it to a leather strap and throws it over her shoulder. I assume you slept well?
Likewise, yes. I have someone that'll be meeting us here shortly. And to be honest, I think they'll serve as a good guide for you to Primality. I just want to let you know, when you arrive there, I want you to speak with someone. Someone I trust, and someone that this guide will also trust. He's by the name of Ursine. I think there's some things you'll agree with and some that you don't. Ursine is, he's a man of love and compassion. But he...
Sounds like a man after my own heart.
He also understands that there are some necessary evils in this world. Some things that have to be dealt with that love and compassion can't exactly take care of themselves. It's not something that he deals with, but it's something that me and him have come to an agreement upon to let others deal with. And I think if you convey your thoughts, he'll point you in the right direction.
I'm sure y'all will get along just fine.
Yes, I agree with Aaron on that. Now then, where the fuck is Vark? And I will swap my ambulance around. Vark,
Okay.
where you be, my friend?
I'm about a mile out. Are you at the agreed upon meeting location?
I'm here. I'm waiting for you. Hurry it up!
Well, I will make haste.
We're starting breakfast. Come on now.
Well, I wouldn't want to miss that. Yes, I will increase my pace.
Aaron's gonna sit down and start making breakfast using his alchemy skills.
Okay.
Aaron,
So you wait about 10 minutes before you see a blonde elven figure start to crest over a hill off in the distance. He waves at you and breaks into a slight run.
That's a 30 for breakfast.
Since you were using alchemy for it, I'll just say, yeah, it tastes pretty good. It's not like you had it at the mansion, but it tastes pretty good. It's definitely edible.
oh, Vark. Perfect.
It has been quite some time, my friend.
Right? Hasn't it? And you have far exceeded my expectations. I'm glad you survived all the endeavors that I unfortunately put you through.
Oh, it was nothing. Really, it was nothing. And then his eyes land on Gwen, and he's like, "And who is this young lady?"
This is someone I'm actually going to be putting in your charge. I believe she would be a good fit at the Temple of Sylvanas in Tempermalty. I would like you to escort her over there and make an introduction with Ursine.
He approaches her and says, "The name's Varketchor, my lady. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." She looks at him and says, "Hi, I'm Gwen."
Amulet
Charmed.
telepathy to Vark. She is extraordinarily fucking dangerous. Wouldn't stick your dick in crazy.
He says with almost a disappointed tone, "Ah, I see. Shame."
Just looking out for you. And then I will swap my
Something
amulets back.
smells good.
So, Shiziki,
Yeah.
shall we send for our guide back to...
Certainly, I wouldn't have it any other way. However, I would prefer if the rest of our company wasn't here to eliminate witnesses. So, Vark and Gwen, I will, as graciously as I can, I don't know, I'll see them off, wish them the best, and instruct them if they would like, especially Gwen, but also Vark, to make their way back to Permeralty. There's things to be done there, things in motion, and I think it would be best for both of them to make their way back to Permeralty.
Of course, though, Shiziki, if I could meet with you in private.
Yeah, I think there's something actually we need to discuss, wasn't there?
Yes, I believe there was.
Do you happen to have an item for me?
He reaches into his pouch and with a closed fist, to the point where the item is never visible, places it in your hand and says, "Now remember what I told you about this."
Well, I haven't forgotten, and I will immediately put that in my bag.
It's been good to see you, friend. Truly has.
No, this was the full box?
Yeah, so now that I remember, there's actually 2 items that he handed you.
Well, they're both supposed to be in the lead box.
Yeah, they're in a box.
Okay. I will take the lead box.
Alright.
And I will give him another 50 platinum, I guess, for his hard work.
He tries to turn it away and says, "This is fine. The Resistance supplies me with more than enough coin."
This is for you to be able to enjoy yourself when you get back to Permeralty. The Resistance is one thing. This is a reward for your diligence.
Amulet telepathy, Shiziki.
I'll tell you all about it as soon as I get them on their way, if you'd like.
Please do.
Well, I will depart with my rather attractive traveling companion.
I'm gonna give Gwen a hug. You be good now. And if you find someone to send me a message and you need me, just let me know.
I will,
Thank you, and the same goes for me. She gives you a hug, and this time she gives you like a kiss on the cheek. You've changed my life.
Hopefully for the better.
I would guarantee as much.
Good.
I will count you as a friend for the rest of my days.
As will I.
Yeah. So are we sending them off now? Are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah,
they're gone.
They're gone.
So, do you want to discuss this now, or do you want to wait until the rest of the group is here?
We can discuss this now.
So, I'm gonna cast. I think we're okay, but you know what? No, fuck it. I'm gonna cast Flock of Familiars right quick.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace.
And
Looking at the worry in his eye, I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace.
I want my 6
Where it
crows
affects
to
both of
just
us.
kind of like make a weird perimeter around us to see if there's anyone around us, anyone that might have followed Vark. And it's 6 owls.
Oh, we're good.
So
Pass Without Trace.
make a perception check with advantage.
Yeah, every
The
one
two
of those.
of you make stealth checks with advantage.
Every one of those owls has advantage on perception checks, so that's 6 owls.
Yeah. So 6 perception checks with advantage then.
Oh, really?
As soon
Oh
as
my
you
God.
get to anything with a natural roll over 15, you're good.
Yeah, well, that was a 6 and a 2, so. Yeah.
Do you still want me to
God,
do
those are a
a
bunch of terrible rolls. A bunch
You
of terrible rolls.
Are you sure you want me to do a stealth check?
This is a 19. Fuck it.
Okay, you're
It
good.
took 4 rolls with advantage to get to that.
I'll say, yeah, you don't see anything threatening around. The occasional deer, some crocodiles in the swamp, but that's about it.
Do we still need to roll stealth checks?
No, I'll say no because you
Well,
know
I'm
you
just
have
saying
a pretty
because
good degree
with,
of certainty that there's no threats around.
because with me and him being there, we would both get +10 to our dexterity stealth checks.
Oh, I know.
Because we
Yeah,
cannot
no,
be
you're
tracked.
you're good. You're good.
So, Aaron, I had Zai do some investigating for me. You remember back when we dealt with Relicanter, there was an issue about my lineage that might have something to do with blocking his ability to see my future, right?
Right.
So, I had Zai looking into this for a while now. He went to Gilstead, then to Redford, and something sent him
Means-
to...
You said Zai. You were meaning to say Zai?
No, I'm sorry, not Zai. Vark. I'm sorry, I have
Okay.
so many random people that work for me. But, fucking Vark go to Gilstead to look into the Hands of Fate, and then I sent him to Redford, and then eventually he made his way to Daggerport, where the Zandarian Syndicate are, if I get that right.
Anatharian.
Xanatharian Syndicate, thank you. Yeah, alright, there we are. But it looked like he might be able to find some information about that. So, I don't want to do this here, but when we get back to the manor, I will show you what he found. This just seems like a very sketchy place to be. I trust it more in the manor.
How about you show us when the rest of our group gets back together?
I can do that, or I can show you here when it's just me and you, but...
We'll figure it out, but first, let's go get with Vivi and tell him the job is done.
I like it. So I will cast the courier spell, Galder Speedy Courier, to Azrael, and it will. I'll write a note saying, "I found myself in a bit of a pickle. We are out in the middle of nowhere and need a ride back to Angaria. If you could beseech it upon yourself to come pick us up as soon as possible, it would greatly be appreciated. XOXO Shiziki." And I will also write in a very impromptu map describing exactly where we are at the bottom of that, and I'll send that off to Azrael.
And when he does that, I'm going to drop the Pass Without Trace because it's concentration.
After you send that message to Azrael, something that you do notice is well, I don't know if you would notice this or not. Well, you can see through illusion. So Shiziki, you notice this. That like a scrying eye pops up next to you and looks around, and within seconds of that, you hear a voice over your shoulder where it says, "So I'm going to need an explanation for how you arrived here. This is a good bit ways from home. I believe we're near Burkwood, are we not?"
Yeah, something like that. We can discuss it over drinks. Can you please get me the fuck out of here? Much obliged.
Yes, of course. As he pulls out a mana potion and drinks it down, puts a hand on both of your shoulders, and as well as whenever he does this and taps his staff against the ground, you notice a sort of beam goes out and touches Solomon. Before you find yourself standing in the middle of the Platinum District.
All right, good. We're back. Now let's go see Vivi.
So, there's quite a ruckus stirring up in the Banner District. Did something happen?
Nope, nothing at all. We did the job. They're probably excited.
I see. So this vigilante has been dealt with.
Yes.
I knew you'd do the job just fine. Never had any doubt.
So, let's go see Vivi. As I'm just gonna kind of like do the whole like anime guy that's just like walking really like awkwardly off.
So you just passing the formalities, of course, you get all the salutes and everything that comes with being a member of the Dark Suns. Fast forwarding to Vivi's office. You knock on the door, and he permits you to enter.
Commander Valdor.
Specialist, Lieutenant.
Well,
Do please have a seat.
I'll pull out the piece of paper and hand it to him, and then I take my seat.
it seems we have completed the job with 100% all stars included. I don't know, however you want to put it. But could you make sure
which
that
side do you want? Do you want the good news or the news that may disturb you? Because
Well,
I'm not
first-
going to lie to you.
Well, first let me ask you this. Do I want to know the full story?
Yes, you want to know the full story, but no,
Then
you
do,
don't want the
please.
full story.
do you
I want you to enlighten
want
me.
to know the full story? And if that is the case, then I need you to make sure that the full story does not leave this room.
I'm gonna look at him and go, I'm gonna cast something real quick, and I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace.
Well, that just makes
Please,
it stealthy. It doesn't
Lieutenant.
stop the.
It puts silence around all of us. No, like
No, it
we
just
can-
makes it where you don't make noise by walking.
Oh, okay. Well then,
You should know better
Never
than
mind.
that, Lieutenant. Nothing will leave this room. What happened? Because the last bit of information that I heard is that Gilderoy had a very rowdy party afterwards and
yes.
overdosed on harrow dust.
Well, what do you know?
You're welcome.
It would seem that the Dawn Reaver that we were sent to capture was captured in full, as I will motion for Aaron to please place that paper on the table.
I already did.
And it would also seem, because Gilderoy was so extravagantly and exceedingly happy with us completing the mission without flaw, he agreed to all these terms, which I'm sure, as commander, you can make sure these things are followed through with. As I motion to Aaron to make sure all of these pieces of paper are set down on the table.
Oh yeah, they're all like I landed the stack.
And it would also happen to seem that Gilderoy was so excited about capturing and finishing off the Dawn Reaver, he might have gotten just a little too full of himself and ahead of himself, and having a wild harrow dust party with his closest guards, and unfortunate events may have arisen. So now, Reinhardt might happen to be in charge, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Oh, I remember Reinhardt very well.
I'm gonna speak inside Vivi's head. Commander, I will not lie to you. The Harrow Dust was because of a bomb that I created. That's why he OD'd. The assailant is dealt with and will no longer come back to this city. The second in command is now command over this, so you now have full control over the city and everything in it 100% your way. We made sure that he understands that the Dark Suns have full control over the city now. I
You've
cannot
done
lie to you.
very good work, Specialist.
I was just
I'll
looking
make
at Aaron.
sure.
What the fuck did you say? What was that?
As they're just sort of like just eyeing each other. That's all you know.
I'm assuming
I'll make
you're
sure that
telling him the things that we were gonna tell him. I just want to say it in a very roundabout fucking way that would have taken 10 minutes, but like, did you just say it in his head?
I'm gonna ignore him at this point because now I'm just locked.
he says to you, "You've impressed me greatly this day, Specialist. When a promotion to Sergeant becomes available, I'll make sure that your name is the first considered."
Thank you, sir.
And then he
No.
begins speaking out loud again. "So, I looked into those leads that you gave me.
All right.
Yes, there was a man whose name was Edgar Blankenship. Very promising young man. Head of the King's Guard in King's Crest. And I did
That was
offer
the
him...
husband of our assailant, our vigilante.
That would definitely explain this vigilante's motives. Everything that you told me, everything you gave me checks out. There is no doubt that we were double-crossed by the House of Chance. That our members were killed for the sake of profit of that guild.
And I will say, the second in command, that is now not so much. He knew about the killings.
I'm sure he did, but that is a necessary evil that must be overlooked. For the sake of the city and the sake of the Dark Suns.
Of course, I'm just letting you know.
It is also understood that he knows we know, and he is also very much aware that he needs to work with us if he doesn't want any of that to come to light.
Just ask him if he has a 50 caliber bullet on him. And who gave it to him. To
I will
remind
do
him.
so.
I think
I'm
there's
sure
a lot of
Reinhardt-
things that we can mention that it would remind him.
He says, I'm sure Reinhardt will not be a problem.
So where does that leave
Now-
us, Commander? You have the city.
That leaves you in my good graces. Lieutenant, that leaves you on the fast track to making captain, likely quicker than any person has ever risen the ranks before. And Specialist, I would expect a promotion in the coming weeks.
I have to say, how long has it been since someone has brought this much profit to a guild, Commander? With all due respect, I truly do mean that. But I've brought you Angaria, I've brought you Redford, I've brought you King's Crest.
And now together we have brought you Angarian.
Not to mention our new fortress outside of Galberg.
Not to mention the new additions to the Spelljammer squad. I can't
And
imagine how much more I could bring to this guild.
And I will say this. Geardale, the city of the gnomes.
Well, they're open up, but they're not to... I don't say
I
any
will
of that.
say this. I have a very close connection that they, if we need them, they are in my debt.
So, I'm gonna let the two of you make a persuasion check with advantage, both of you.
Oh, I should have cast Calyptus, but whatever, fucking no, I didn't do that. Yeah, it's a new day. That's alright. Let's see here. Natural 20, so that works out anyway. 37!
Okay.
24!
He looks at you with a grin on his face. I believe you have a sound argument. You have brought more than, well, likely any member ever has in their tenure with the Dark Suns, especially you, Specialist, in such a short time with us. So, congratulations, Captain, Sergeant.
Yeah, I'd say Cap sounds about right for the moment. For the moment. But I am more than happy to accept the position, sir.
And I accept mine.
He looks at you, Aaron, and says, "Now, do understand that through these endeavors, something else that you have accomplished is raising my expectations of you. I expect great things in your future, truly great things. I do hope that you can deliver."
I don't plan on doubting you one bit.
Good, I like to hear it. Now,
Again, I signed a lifelong contract. I don't plan on ever letting you down.
he gives the two of you slips of papers. They both have a Dark Suns emblem inscribed upon them. Visit the blacksmith, Galenor. You'll find him 2 blocks here from Tempest Keep. He is who I use for transcribing emblems onto armor. Have him erase your current emblems and affix these upon your armor. I expect this to be done within the next few hours. 2 hours maximum, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Well, head there directly. In Commander, with all the things that are expected to be delivered to us, could you ensure that they're delivered to the Belrick Manor? It's a lot is going on with us and everyone else in the city, I'm sure, at one given moment, but if you could make sure that someone is there to collect and deliver to the manor, I would, without a doubt, be
And
most humbly appreciative.
And I'd be appreciated if the factory that was promised to me is well guarded, because the man that is about to come in is very close to me.
Of course.
I don't know if you know Wilhelm.
I've heard of the man.
Wilhelm will be coming in very shortly to start work in this factory.
And if, out of my own curiosity, what business do you have with a merchant?
He's
He
a
planned-
very talented merchant that is able to create many things that I'm sure...
You see how I created my Solomon, correct?
Yes.
He is the man that
I'm
taught
beginning
me
to wrap my
how.
head around that being's construction.
He was the one that taught me how to be what I am. I've just excelled past his expectations.
I'm glad to have you aboard, Aaron. Truly.
Glad to be aboard.
It has been quite some time since I've taken this much of an interest in the abilities of a new recruit. I know you will not disappoint me.
So, to be honest, Commander, what happens here in Angaria? What happens next?
I will meet with Reinhardt, and I have no doubt in my mind that he will comply with my requests.
Is there
Again,
anything else
ask
that
about
we
the bullet. Kill it,
need
comply.
to be a part of? Because, to be honest, I would love a fucking vacation.
You've more than earned it. Don't expect... Well, let me just say this. As he sort of motions to a chest over in the corner, 300,000 gold is in that chest. I believe that should be more than enough for a good vacation. Don't expect me to contact you with any jobs for a while. Not for any reason other than the fact that you have earned a bit of a... what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking,
Reprieve?
Yes, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you. You have earned your reprieve.
Commander, can we speak in private?
We may. Does that suit you, Captain?
That's
Captain.
to be up to your decision, Commander. I can't make that decision. It's if you'll approve
He is still
it,
he is still under your rank.
and
if you
I
wish to be
am under
present,
yours.
maybe.
I will pick up my 300,000 gold chest and start to drag it.
It's heavy.
I'm dragging it. I'm like,
Solomon's gonna assist him.
hold on, and I'll pop my head out the door. Excuse me, someone. I'll point at a random person out there. You, come forth. I have a job for you.
Solomon has,
right,
dude. Solomon has
right.
24 strength. Solomon's just gonna drag that thing out of there like it's nothing.
He looks at you and he says, "Oh, right away, Lieutenant. Of course."
Oh, Lieutenant, yeah, I guess I'm not gonna get used to that for very long. And then, pull this forward. It has places to be, but I also need to make it towards the so-and-so that, the commander wanted me to go towards. Aaron, I'll meet you shortly.
Yeah, I'll
Enjoy
meet you
meeting.
at the forge.
And I cast Arcane Eye and leave it in the room.
But you cast Arcane Eye and do... Oh, leave the room. Gotcha. Okay.
He's leaving it in the room.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I don't know if anybody noticed it, but I left Arcane Eye in the room.
No,
I'm not in ethereal form, so I wouldn't see it.
you wouldn't see it, and you also know that Arcane Eye doesn't do sound, but...
True. Commander.
Yes, Sergeant. What would you like to discuss?
Shizuki wants the vacation, but we are going to the deserts to seek out the pyramids. There's some other things that we have to deal with there. If there's any jobs that you have out there, send it my way. I'll make sure it's dealt with.
I appreciate that. Now, do understand, I'm taking a big leap of faith with you, Sergeant. This is the quickest that anyone within the Suns has ever risen the ranks. And there are definitely very special circumstances for this. Do understand, there may be members who resent you for the pace that you have climbed our ranks.
And I understand that, and I will humbly take that and understand where I am at. I have found my balance once again because of this mission.
I'm glad to hear it.
Tell me, are you a religious man?
To an extent, I am.
And who do you follow?
Sylvanus and Mechanus.
Ah, so your talk of balance has ground.
Yes.
This is not something I divulge often, but I too follow a deity. I follow Tempest, the god of war. And Tempest teaches a degree of balance as well. So I can certainly understand and respect your need to find this balance within yourself.
This is why I could not honor the contract that as of written and kill the vigilante.
And this is a special circumstance. I hold no resentment towards you or the captain for how this mission transpired. It needed to be dealt with. This man revealed himself to be a threat to the Dark Suns. However, I do expect further missions to be carried out in a more orthodox manner.
Of course.
But yes, I do definitely see a promising future with you and the Suns. And you can expect many more missions from myself and now the House of Chance, which also from myself, to come your way.
Well, according to the paperwork, we are the House of Chance's go-to people, me and Shizuki.
He gives you sort of an air quote, which catches you off guard because it's rare to see him act informally.
And he says, House of Chance, with air quotes around it. But yes, you are absolutely right.
Well, if that is all, may I take my leave, sir?
You may take your leave, Sergeant.
Thank you, Captain. Or Commander. As Aaron walks out and goes meets with Shizuki.
And we get
All
our
right.
armor fucking upgraded, son!
Yeah! Everyone's gonna be like, so what's up, Aaron? You mean Sergeant Aaron?
Well, it would technically be Sergeant Black, but yeah.
Yeah, Sergeant Black.
Back to Captain Collins, because I've never heard that before.
See, I was just waiting for you to get to the rank of captain in this game.
Yeah, that feels pretty natural now.
Captain Belrook.
Yep.
So, Captain, you do realize that people are gonna hate me, right?
I will reach out to Aaron to give him a handshake, and then as soon as he reaches out his hand. In fact, do you reach out to shake my hand? I have to ask you.
Yeah. I'll reach out to shake your hand.
I pull it back and I give him a fucking high five that he's never had before, like a fucking massive high five.
Yeah, with my
Both of
metal
you make
arm-
strength check.
Oh God.
Bam! I'm bringing it in hot.
With my -1.
Oh, it was better than mine. Shit!
Oh, it echoes. Your hands are stinging after that
Motherfucking
one.
22-point plan, son.
So, Gavin, did you expect any of that?
No, I did not see that going that way. I figured... Honestly, I figured Gwen was probably going to die.
You were thinking a big bloodbath, huh?
Yeah.
Never even
But that's
had a
why I
roll
like these
initiative.
kind of arcs.
And
You
on,
didn't have to roll initiative.
on that note, I say, well, let's enjoy our money. You set up your factory, and
Oh, yeah.
I'll contact Wilhelm and tell him to get his ass on down here.
Yeah, contact Wilhelm. Tell him he now has a factory.
I will go ahead and write a note extensively. I'm not even gonna say it all out, explaining.
Actually, you know what? No, hold on. He has an amulet telepathy. Hey, Wilhelm.
Does he have an amulet telepathy?
Yes, he does.
Oh, well,
Does
yeah.
he?
Yes, he does. He has an amulet telepathy. He was given one because we needed to be able to contact Wilhelm.
He responds and says, Aaron, it's so good to hear from you. How are you?
I'm good. I have wonderful news for you.
Well, tell me what you have. Don't keep me waiting.
I have a factory in Angaria.
You have a factory?
Yes,
That is excellent news, Aaron.
I got it for you.
Just so I know, is this the amulet telepathy that's tied to everybody else? So I hear this.
Yeah, you hear this.
All right.
Yeah, it is for you. I got it so that way you could start your creations. And it is large. Me and Shiziki did. We got it for you so that way you could build your ships. It's big enough for your ships and your robots. Anything.
That is excellent news. This is
And
truly a good day. I heard from Philia, and it seems as though their mission is going according to plan as well. It's going very well. So
Good. And the Dark Suns will be the ones that are going to be guarding it. So it'll be guarded 24/7.
This is excellent news. I do have some business to conclude, but at my earliest possibility, I will make my way to Angarian and meet with you there.
Of course. And then we can travel to the deserts together if you're going with us, and if you're going to stay here, I'm pretty sure you can. I will leave some gold with you, so that way you can start your project.
Thank you, Aaron. And on another note, Aaron, I would like to say I'm very proud of you. Truly, I am. You've come so far since I first met you bleeding in the middle of a forest. Truly, I could not be more proud of someone if they were my own son.
Thank you, Wilhelm. That means a lot.
You are quite welcome.
But I will see you soon, my friend.
Yes, indeed. I look forward to it.
And that's going to be it with Wilhelm.
Okay.
So we are now going to the forge to get our new emblems.
Yeah, so you walk in, and he looks at you and says, what was his name? His name was... Looking through my notes. Unless one of you guys has it. I can find it.
I do not.
You just said it like freaking 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know I did.
So Joe Bob, who is at the forge, who's the
Just say
apprentice of
his
this
name
guy.
is. We'll say his name is Jabib. His name's Jabib.
Jabib!
Jabib! My man, Jabib.
Jabib! We have some grand news.
Do you need some armor crafted?
I need
Yes,
some armor
I need-
upgraded.
I need the rank of sergeant.
I need
And meet
a
our
rank
new
of captain.
Sort of sighs and just says, "Yes, hand me your emblems."
Here.
Yes, I'll get work on it at once. I just need you to hand over your armor, please. Just your breastplate.
Sure. There you go.
I
Have
take
that.
off my leather necrotic freaking armor that makes people shiver when they hold it. Because that's the effects of it. Makes it feel like you have a shiver constantly.
When he touches your leather tunic, he puts it down in a hurry. That was strange. The next thing you see him do is slightly alarming, but you can imagine he knows what he's doing. You see him grab this a vial of clear liquid and pour it over the current emblems that are on your armor, which your armor immediately starts sizzling as you notice this the emblems that were on your armor before start to melt off as he pours acid onto your armor. I know what I'm doing. I've done this many, many times. So eventually,
I can't get more of that.
Eventually, dipping the part of the armor that had acid on it into a vat of water before he takes out a brand and presses it against each of your pieces of gear for about 20 seconds before brandishing a few sort of vials of paint. Actually, I can tell you exactly what color they are. They are... Oh, there it is. So, yeah, just some white, purple, and red paint before he starts sort of transcribing exactly where he branded and made indentions into the armor. Before he hands it back to you and says, might need a few more minutes to dry, but there you are.
Thank you. Well, Captain,
Well, Sergeant.
what are we gonna do now? Well, we gotta go back to our second mansion.
Sure. And we
The
still
one
have,
I just bought.
we still have, what, 4 days until we're supposed to meet up with the rest of the group?
That's
You
a
have
lot
about
of,
4 days.
that's a lot of reading time and getting everything ready time.
Yeah. And also fucking celebrating time?
And celebrating time. Hey, shall we celebrate my new house?
You mean the factory? Fuck it,
No,
let's go.
my new house.
My
New house.
When did you get a new house?
My new house. And I do air quotes.
Oh, your house of fucking inventions and creations and world domination or whatever it is you're gonna do?
Aim telepathy. Gwen's.
I
new
know
house.
I know what you meant about that,
Okay,
but I mean,
yeah.
sure, yes.
Yeah.
Let's go see
Okay,
it.
we're going to Gwen's.
I will
Okay.
skip towards the new house because I don't have a raptor to ride on right now.
Oh yeah, we're
Actually, no, fuck it. I got spell slots for days. I'll tap Aaron and I'll cast fly and we'll fly over there.
You gather a lot of attention.
Who cares? I'm
Flying through the air.
I'm spinning in the air like we're just like having a grand old time. Like I'm gonna pull out some alcohol out of my pouch and start pouring cups and hand it to Shiziki as we're flying.
This is like the adult version of Peter Pan.
Yeah, very much so. We're day drinking while flying. You don't drink and fly unless you're us.
Exactly.
All right, so I open the door to the house. What do we see?
Oh,
Okay. Hey,
you
Gavin,
breaking up
like,
bad. You did something crazy with your microphone.
Yeah,
something
accidentally kicked my cord.
Okay.
So what do we see?
So, yeah, it's not as large as your manor, but it's probably about a 6,000 square foot house. Still pretty large. Immediately upon entering through the doorway, you see a nice, like, floral pattern rug, as well as various tapestries portraying different monstrosities and animals. Like, there's a tapestry with a griffin on it.
Now, Aaron,
Um,
I expect you to stay at the manor. So if there's anything here you want at the manor, we'll take it over there. This can be your backup place, sure, but like the manor is
I was
the
thinking
manor.
of, well, I was thinking of putting this as the invention shop and moving my people here so they have a bigger space to work at.
Yeah, it works too. I just want it to
We can
be
use this as the workshop,
as
and we can
long
all
as
live in the
you
manor.
attend breakfast at the manor. I don't care, but I feel
I will be
breakfast
living in the manor, but I will use this as the workshop.
phenomenal. I like it.
All right.
Except for the factory that you have, you're not going to use that as the workshop.
Oh no, the factory is Wilhelm's.
Fair enough.
It's
I like
for
it. I
his
like
robots and his ships.
it. I like where
I want
it's
him to
at.
have full area. I'm gonna send Solomon to go fetch the dwarf, and to carry the dwarf to me, as fast as he can.
he leaves promptly.
You
You
do know
investigate the house further?
everything.
Oh
that
yeah,
we're okay. Make sure you have all the deliveries for the alchemists here that are being sent to the manor being brought here. Then, because we have a lot of
Yeah.
stuff that's expected to be brought to the manor now.
That's fine. We'll bring it. Here's the thing: we don't need to arouse a lot of suspicion with this place because it used to be Gwen's. So anything that gets delivered to the Seven Deadly Sins, even if it's for me, will be delivered still to the manor, and it can just be transported over here.
So we'll just call this the workshop. We'll call my place the manor, and we'll call Wilhelm's place the factory.
Correct.
All right. I want to make sure that it's all clear because we just got a lot of property in this town.
In like one session.
So anything that gets delivered to the manor that needs to go to the workshop goes there, unless it might need to go to the factory from there for the workshop. It may
Oh no!
go to-
Anything that needs to be done to the factory that Wilhelm gets will go straight to the factory
I don't know.
because he'll be getting big pieces.
I don't know how much I trust the D&D USPS at this point, so we'll see how that plays out.
So yeah, I'm gonna continue investigating this house. Like I'm looking for the master bedroom and everything.
I will
So
walk around
you
the house.
find the master bedroom on the ground floor. Immediately when you walk into the master bedroom, it has a very large circular bed, very nice, with like blue silken sheets, nice plushy comforter on the top of it, some like red silk sheets that are across like the base of the bed. You do notice a few other things in the bedroom, however, like a giant stack of towels next to the bed, as well as you notice another one of those linen sashes.
I'm gonna take it and I'm going to put it in my pouch. I'm gonna walk out the door, lock it. All right, Shizuki, let's look at the rest of the room.
I am going to activate my Wand of Secrets that's fully recharged by now as we continue on looking around the house. So
let's
any secret doors or traps I am being made aware of?
You find one secret door.
Hey Aaron, I think we might have something here as I point towards wherever the secret door is.
All right, I'm going to knock or push and try to figure out.
Let me do a thing and I will cast Mage Hand and check for traps.
Make an investigation check.
Alright, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. So, yeah. Investigation. With the nat 20. My god, the nat 20 is when I need them tonight.
So
We've been doing great.
you notice that by this door, essentially it's a section of the wall that slides open. That's partially, not partially, that is fully obscured by a tapestry. There's a couple like candle sconces hung on the wall, both on like one on each side of this tapestry. And when you go to open the door, you start to pull on one, and as you do so, you hear a slight sliding noise before you look behind you and notice that there's like a spear that was starting to come out of the wall as you pull on that sconce.
I will disarm the trap.
Do you have thieves' tools?
I am proficient with thieves' tools.
I don't know if you have thieves' tools
I do
on
not
you.
have
Yeah.
thieves' tools because I don't think I ever said I bought them. I need to buy
I'm
some
gonna try
thieves'
to-
tools
can I-
on here.
Can I try to disarm it with my tinker tools?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I fucking need to buy some thieves' tools. Fuck me. I
What do
didn't
I
realize.
what do I need to roll, a survival roll or something?
Tinkering check.
Oh shit.
I like how I'm proficient with something that I don't even own.
Tinker check. Plus another 6.
Yeah, so 17 will work. You disarm the trap, only to notice that all you would have had to have done is just pull the other sconce, and that would have opened the door without triggering the trap.
Hey, I'm going to I'm gonna motion Zeke to stand backwards. I'm gonna put the trap back up, and then I'm gonna pull the other sconce.
Nothing happens.
Good. So does the door open?
Yeah, the door opens. all
Leave
you
the
see
trap.
It's a very small room when you open the door, but you just see a shrine on the other side of the room. On this shrine, you see what looks to be a human man with wearing what appears to be a robe, and emblazoned across the chest of this robe is the symbol of a sickle or a scythe across the chest of this golden statue.
I'm going to slowly start packing up her altar.
On it, you see an emblem that says "Requiescater in Parlita."
What language?
It's Elven. It just
Okay.
means rest in peace.
Yeah, we
Okay,
both speak
yeah.
Elvish.
Yeah, we both
Yeah.
speak Elvish. So I'm going to pack it up. We need to make sure she gets this.
Now,
And then I'm going to
do the
I'm literally going to pull out of my pouch. I'm going to put a gear where her altar was, and I'm going to be like, we can leave now.
from what she described, does the wounds on the body of this dead person align with what
Person's
she
not
said?
dead.
He's not dead?
No,
It's
it was
the
a
statue of
statue.
a living person.
Okay. She's not as goth as I thought she might be. I mean, she's dark, but she's not carrying a dead hooker dark. Okay.
Shiziki,
Yeah.
go explore the rest of the house. I'll be with you in a minute.
Sure. And I will continue on with my wand and arcane eye up, and I will look
I'm-
around for other things in the house.
I'm going to pull out my Book of Sylvanas, put it on there, put the gear there, and then I'm going to shut the door behind me, and I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to pray to Sylvanas, and I'm going to pray to Mechanus. I think I have found myself again. I am going to create this altar for y'all, and joint for here. Maybe one day you will actually speak to me. Then give me signs. Because I would love to hear y'all's voices and be able to have a conversation with either one of you.
You hear something in your head, and you don't really know how you know this, but you just feel like it's Sylvanas. And it's like a whispered voice that just says, "You have made me proud, my son."
Oh, that was so loud.
Thank you for the guidance.
You hear nothing else.
He's just going to go say thank you for the guidance, and then he's going to stand up, walk out the room, make sure the door shuts, and run around and with a drink in his hand and just try to go through the room to the house.
I think we're just gonna
Yeah, I mean-
drink and house search at this point.
Yeah, I'm
It's-
sure she has alcohol everywhere, so we're just like grabbing
Yeah, we're
bottles
just
and having a party.
we're spilling
She
wine
does.
as we're exploring the
You
room.
eventually find that she has an entire wine cellar with like 100 bottles and of no repeats. They're all different kinds of wine.
I will cast Summon Greater Demon, and I will have a demon carry a cask of wine for us that carries it as we're running around the house, looking at this and making the most astute observations. Like, yes, this room, the daylight seems to reach the eastern wall a quite astute capacity. Flah, 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 flah.
I mean,
as we're just getting
you
fucking
find
drunk.
several different. You find several
I'm
different
making sure
bedrooms.
my pinky is up, and I'm just
Oh, yeah.
sipping. on
Pinky's
the
up
drink.
the entire time
We
for
are
both of us.
like being like.
By the way,
fully on.
she has a spa with a tub, like a very large tub in it,
Oh, we're
with
having
a boiler underneath the tub for being able to light it.
Oh, I'm gonna light the fucking boiler.
Yeah, we're having a spa
Yeah.
day.
I'm gonna sit in the spa. Oh, Shiziki. We've done ourselves justice.
I think so.
I think
Uh,
I'm gonna keep this place neat. I'm not gonna turn every room into the workshop, but at least one of these levels is, because this is a very nice house.
And I will say I summoned. Hold on.
Oh, does Solomon come back yet?
Solomon came back.
Glab.
I want the Solomon, come find me. You know where I'm at. Bring the dwarf with you.
I summoned Glabrezu, who is a Thanixta that I know his true name, so he has disadvantage on trying to get away from my control of him.
Okay.
And he's carrying the wine cask and filling it for us as we go.
What kind of save does he have to make with disadvantage?
Oh, God, I gotta look at these goddamn spells. Why do you gotta make these things? He makes, and the thing is, he makes it every 6 seconds too. I would say I wouldn't do shadow form to cast this too, because I'm a dick. So,
Oh, I'm in authorial form.
Fine,
As soon as he goes in the shadow,
well,
I'm in authorial.
well, I only had to cast it or do that for whenever I cast a spell. So
I believe the AC would be 21.
the AC would be 20, but he has to make it with disadvantage. And it is a.
I'm pretty sure it'd be 21 because your charisma goes up to 24, and your base is already 19, so it's
Sure.
an extra 2.
I'll base it off of whatever it is you say.
Oh yeah, we're just having a good old time now.
Is this saving there if you know his true name?
So with 4 different saves that none was higher than like 13, I'm just gonna say he failed for the indefinite future.
Yeah, it's charisma saving throw too. But yeah, sure, there
Yeah.
you go. So we have a demon following us for the next hour that just pours us wine as we go.
Ah, dwarven fellow, come here.
And his name was
His name was. Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about Aaron's thing.
Yeah, my
yeah, the
dwarf.
dwarf's name.
I had
Murad.
Glabrezu.
Murad, come here, Murad.
You summoned me to this. Wait, didn't a whore live here?
No, I live here.
I
And that's
see.
how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be said. Is that understood, Murad?
And that's
you
why you have
feel
a
like a
towel
paycheck.
laid across all of your beds.
Yes.
I see.
So, I need you to do me a favor. I will
Okay.
give you one room besides the master room. Do not pick the largest room, but I will give you a room. I need you to turn this place into the most magnificent, cleanest. Only one level. This is a how many level house is this?
It has 2 different floors, but each floor is very nice.
Okay, I need you to make. Is there a basement?
Yeah, there's a cellar.
How big is the cellar?
It's 2 rooms. It's one decently large room and the other wine cellar, which is massive.
Yeah, don't touch my wine cellar. Turn one of the floors into a workshop. Turn the backyard into a workshop. Make this place a working building plus living quarters. Do it promptly, and if you need to hire anybody to help you, do such.
I'll
Bring
just
all-
go back and grab the Goliath fellow.
Yeah, go back and grab the Goliath fellow. Tell him, since he works for the Seven Deadly Sins, this is also his other place that he works. And,
We can
tell
just
the
hire
butler to hire.
a team. Yeah.
Tell the butler to hire double the people and send people over here. Thank you.
It's
and have a nice
confusing,
day.
Aaron. I want my staff at my place. Let's have staff at your place. Let's not make this complicated. We have the money.
Oh, this is true.
We will hire an additional. I'll tell him to hire an additional set of staff to manage this place. Is that all?
Perfect. I don't want my people working at your place. It just gets confusing. If I call for someone and they're over here, and then I think they're not doing their job because they're over here and not over my place, it gets complicated. Let's have the manual labor of however you want here, but let's have the people that will attend to our needs and do things at the manor.
Right. Go ahead and hire me another alchemist. Hire me a workshopper. Just hire a crew for here, and be on your way. Thank you. You're gonna have to walk because Solomon's staying. Thanks, and have a nice day.
Actually, I'll just reach up to him and I'll cast Fly on this guy too. On your way, then.
In the blazes have you... It takes him a minute to get used to it. It's like, this is,
Yep, you're welcome.
Sense.
More where that came from. On your way, then. I'm soaking in the suds.
Oh yeah, me and Shazika are on the opposite sides, just laying there in the tub, just chilling.
As my demon is free-filling our glasses of wine.
He floats out of the mansion in a twirl, like somebody in space that just got punched in the face.
Again, dude, this is the adult fucking, Tinkerbell shit. Peter Pan shit. Like, he is fucking going at it, man. We just cast freaking put pixie dust on his ass.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. We earned this.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did. Well, I think me and you both have studies, as I say this, like with like lopsided eyeballs going.
I'm gonna pull out my.
I'll have
book.
both
Hey,
of you
fuck.
make drunkenness checks.
Oh, motherfuck.
Fuck.
Luck point.
I'm stuck with a 15.
That's
So
my
you're both
last luck point.
tipsy. You're both tipsy. You're not drunk. You're tipsy, which means you get a -1 to any wisdom, intelligence, or dexterity-based skill.
So,
Solomon, I have a question for you. I'm gonna tell him to get the book of Sands out and for him to read it to me.
and
Okay.
enjoy yourself in the suds, but I think I'll make my way back to the manor. And
And you would like to rename him Audible? By the way, this video is not sponsored by Audible.
yeah, I will make my way back to the manor, but I will see you at the manor, and I will continue on back towards the manor.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any more drinks, but I'm going to pretty much just enjoy Solomon reading to me about the sands. And having him literally photographing the entire book into his memory, as he does such.
I'll say this. You hear a knock on the door.
Yes?
I had an appointment.
Oh. Yes. She is closed. She left town. Gave
What?
me her house.
You just hear him, like, just sobbing on the other side of the door. I was gonna ask her to marry me!
Open the door.
You see a rather stout-looking human standing in front of you.
And what is your name, sir?
Adric,
And why were you going to marry her?
because I'm in love with her.
Are you sure you're in love with her or what she does for you?
Well, of course I'm sure I'm in love with her. You must tell me where she went.
I cannot do such.
Please!
I am under my god's oath not to say anything.
May the darkest of fates await you. I will find her. As he starts walking away in a
Solomon.
hurried tone. In a hurried
Solomon.
pace.
Solomon,
Yes, sir.
go grab him.
Solomon does so, bites him on the back of the collar. Let go!
I'm gonna get out of the bath, put a robe on. I'm just gonna get out of the bath, dry myself off, put my gear back on. Solomon, bring him with us, and we're gonna go to Shiziki.
Shiziki, on your way over to the manor, in a very quick pace, you see Solomon carrying this very distressed-looking, overweight noble human with kind of a bald spot on the middle of his head towards you.
One eye, rubbing one eye. What? What is this?
Apparently, this man says he was going to marry Gwen. Can you believe that?
Why, buddy? No, buddy. Come on, buddy. Buddy.
She is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen.
No, buddy. Come on. Let's go. That's not you, man. That's just it's not you.
Suzuki, should I tell him or should you?
No, hey, come on. What was your name, buddy?
Adric.
Yeah, exactly, buddy. Come on. Let's go into town. This ain't you, man. Let's go have fun. It'll be okay. Come on, let's go.
Are you sure?
As he,
Yeah.
starts crying.
Buddy, you don't need her, alright? You can do better than that. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be cool. By the way,
better than her.
I still have a giant fucking demon refilling my wine glass as I'm saying all this to him and consoling him.
And he just now notices it. Wait, you're walking outside with the demon?
Yeah, we're outside. Solomon's holding him.
I was
Me
going
and him are out.
from Aaron's place to my place with a demon refilling my wine glass.
Hey,
He just starts
I would
screaming.
like
He's
some
just,
more.
ah!
Buddy, that's loud, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Dude, man, listen.
Look,
Here,
hey, we're
here,
friends here.
I'm
Come
gonna
here,
pull
come
up
here.
bottom piece.
Bring it
See
in.
the-
Bring it in. Bring it in, buddy. You gotta bring it in. You can't keep that
Can't walk.
inside. You gotta let it out.
Solomon's holding him up in the air. Solomon has him by the back of the collar in the
He's
air.
doing like the Scooby-Doo run, like his legs are going through the motion, but he's not going anywhere.
I'm gonna walk up and like give him the hug and like pat him on the back. See, you're good. You're good, right? You're
I'm gonna
good.
hand him a platinum piece. Go get drunk. Forget what you saw.
The next
And-
pour him a drink. Come on, let's go,
And
buddy.
And tell Malachi to...
He just mutters some noise, which is literally, it's not infernal. Abyssal is the kind of language where it sounds like somebody's saying more than they said, but something that takes like 10 seconds to say is really just like, okay.
I completely understand Abyssal, so that makes perfect sense to me.
It does.
So, I'm gonna hand him a platinum piece and say, I will hand you this, and Solomon will let you down. Tell Malachi to come to the 7 Deadly Sins manor.
So, buddy, come on, buddy. Let's go,
I'm gonna hand
buddy.
him the platinum piece.
And I, at
Solomon's
this
gonna
point,
turn around and push him with his head for him to run into town.
I just call
I gave her 3,000 gold for a house call.
everybody buddy for the rest of the evening. Buddy, come on, buddy. Let's go, buddy.
I'm gonna hand him 10 platinum and tell him to go away.
And I will continue to have demons pour my drinks as I fucking get drunk through the evening and
I'm
hang
gonna
out
hand
with
out
this
my
random noble. And we're gonna go on a bar walk.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to the Ruby. 'Cause
and
I'm still tipsy, but I'm not drunk.
Okay, and on this bar walk, the dude kind of creeps you out. Like he literally talks about like how soft her skin is and all this other creepy shit.
Yeah, I'm too drunk to care. I don't even listen to what he's saying. I just keep calling him buddy and like, oh, buddy, who cares, buddy? You gotta let it go, buddy. You know what?
Tell me when I get to Malachi.
What are you doing with Malachi?
Just tell me when I get to Malachi.
You're there.
Malachi.
Aye, you're the Dark Sons fellow.
Yes, I have some news for you.
What
we
sort of
speak in
news might
private?
you have?
Can we speak
Though
in
I have a
private?
theory about what it might be.
Yes, can we speak in private?
We can. Step over to my office.
I follow him.
Now, I assume this has something to do with why Gwen did not report to work today.
Gwen has left town.
I see.
Do you know what happened?
I understand. The organization of which I am under the employ of is now under new management.
Okay then.
Tragic as that is.
Yes, but it'll be better. It'll be for the better of the good, and you may even get more. You will definitely get more business here. I would think of hiring a couple more girls if they wish.
We have high standards here. It will take quite some time to find a girl like Gwen. She's irreplaceable.
Yes, I understand that. But you should hire more, because you will probably be one of the only brothels left.
Suppose that's good news.
You're welcome. But Gwen will not be returning. At least not for a while.
A
And you
lot
should
of very
rejoice.
disappointed clients I have to break that news to.
Oh, trust me, one just walked into her old house, which is my house, and it was very disturbing.
If Gwen had a gold piece for every time a man told her that he would whisk her away from here, that he would have a family with her, that they would get married, that he would save her from all things, yes, she would not need any of the money that she gets from this place.
Well, I can tell you this. I was the one that made sure Gwen was where she needs to be. She is a lot happier where she's going. No,
I'm
she's
not going to
dead.
pry too much. Gwen is a good girl. If she's happy, then that makes me happy.
I just figured I'd let you know so that way there's no more interruptions into my home.
Of course. I do hope she's in a good place. Gwen and I, we were close. I looked out for her, and she brought me a lot of business, but she's a good girl.
I will get word for her, and if she has any messages for you, I'm sure they will get to you. Sound good?
Thank you. Yes, sounds
you're very
spectacular.
Good, because I plan on staying here. Well, I'll be in and out, so I want to have very good rapport here.
Now, if you would, I'm feeling generous today. Is there any girl here that meets your fancy? The cost is on me.
Bring me a beautiful elven woman.
Of course, we've have quite the selection. I feel like I'll have a good pick for you.
Good. Which room would you like me to go to?
Farthest room at the end of the hall, last one on the right.
Alright. Solomon, you go find Shiziki, make sure he is not dying. And I will see you later. And I'm going to go to the room.
A very, very attractive drow-looking female, let's just say drow female, walks in the room and you have a grand old time. I don't even know if you ask her for her name or not.
Oh no, Aaron would ask her for her name. He is very it's about the balance. He has to know the name.
Oh, okay. Then her name is... Yeah, I like that one. Arnia.
I'm going to put the fucking sash on.
Okay.
I'm gonna wrap it around my hair to keep the spikes out, so that way they don't hit her.
Okay.
Because it has 7s all the way at the bottom of it.
Okay.
You got hair and spikes down there, dude? That's gross.
Well, no, my spikes have 7s and have saber-tooth tigers at the end of them. As I tie my hair that way, I don't get anything or get her pregnant.
I don't want any more information about this, please.
Yeah, just give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh god, with advantage?
No, this is just a regular one.
No, I thought the band so where I don't get any diseases.
Oh yeah, but this is different.
Oh god.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you have a grand old time. Solomon approaches Shiziki and says, I believe my master is busy creating more fruits of his loin. But in the meantime, is there anything I can do for you, Shiziki?
Yeah, buddy, you get to hang out with me, buddy, and this buddy over here. Let's go! And me, my demon, that looks like a giant crab, because I just looked it up. He's like a giant crab monster. And this random noble will make our way towards Pound Town.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Solomon's going.
Yeah, alright. He's in tow, and he keeps talking about none of these women could ever replace Gwen. He's like drunk crying now.
Buddy.
He's like that sad, pathetic drunk.
It's all good.
Solomon-
It's all
Solomon's gonna take
good.
his
I
tail
understand.
and-
We've all been there. And I will make my way directly to the Tresmadella.
As you're approaching the front door, he's like, I just miss her. It just hurts so much.
So
With
this
Shiziki
demon-
holding him,
No.
Solomon's gonna take his tail and like
No,
whip
I
his
was not
face
holding
back
him.
and forth.
Okay.
You had your arm around him,
Again-
like trying to get him to snap out of it.
This demon only lasts for an hour, so you can tell me whenever it just like goes off into.
I'll say for the sake of brevity that between all of your excursions
hopping?
into bars, that it would have failed before you ever got back, before you ever got down to Pound Town.
Okay.
So
I will
it's
pop
gone.
my head in. Celeste!
Oh, my friend, Shiziki.
I'll be right back. Can you make sure this dude shuts the fuck up? Like, have somebody sit on his face for a while, okay? Alright, thank you. Bye. And I will walk out.
I'm gonna speak to Solomon. Shiziki,
Buddy! What's up?
are you staying in Pound Town, or are you going back to the manor?
I will be in Pound Town tonight. Thank you very much. You've been great. I will be seeing you all in the next city. This
Shiziki,
is
make a
us.
Constitution saving throw,
No,
because
go
you've been
for it.
out drinking.
Yeah. Oh, haha.
Actually, make 2 of them.
Yes, because that's what I motherfucking do, son.
So we have 4 days.
Constitution.
Oh no, I mean drunkenness checks. My bad. I'm used to the con saves.
Oh,
So-
yeah, 2
we'll
of them.
have. So technically,
Well,
we'll
there's
have
a
3 days
24.
after.
And there's an 18.
Okay, so at this point you are just drunk. You are not smashed or blacked out, but yeah,
I will
you
continue
were.
on after I have dropped off the random noble that I paid for someone to sit on his face to shut him up. And I will just, hey, Solomon, come on, buddy, let's go. Or do I need to make
Solomon-
another random fucking T-Rex? I miss Jumbaloo. Oh my god, I miss Jumbaloo.
Solomon's gonna follow him to make sure he doesn't do anything
Oh
stupid.
yeah, Solomon follows him and tries to make conversation, and the only way that Solomon knows how, he's like, so the thing that people do where
The
you
thing that people
put-
do is fucking dance, Solomon, and I start to do like a one-man samba, like, and I will continue on until I make my way to the Argyle district.
You're going into the Argyle district.
From Pound Town, it borders onto the Argyle district. I'm going to the Argyle district.
That's the dangerous district, right?
Oh,
It is.
it's super fucking dangerous.
At that
In
point,
fact,
Aaron,
when-
Aaron is going to turn into ethereal form with this girl, finish up, and fucking
I'm far
book
and away
it
there,
right
buddy. I'm far and away. Aaron,
He is. he's
amulet
booking it.
telepathy, buddy. Trust
What?
me. This is
Sure.
what we do. This is
The next thing you hear, Aaron, as well as Shiziki, since you're there, is you hear somebody, you feel something against, like, in between the plates of your armor, and you hear a voice behind your shoulder say, "Your sack. Drop the whole thing and walk away."
Hey,
Solomon's gonna
Aaron?
bite him in the junk.
Aaron,
Like,
this
right
is
in the dick.
Angaria. I love this place. Don't ruin my moment.
Make an attack roll.
Yeah, Solomon's just gonna bite him slap in the fucking dick.
Oh, come on, man. I know what I'm doing.
Okay. He's like, "Ah! Ah!" as he backs up and says, "What's the matter with you?" And he just sort of runs off, like gripping his crotch.
I don't let
Yeah,
him run
that's-
off. I
that point,
grab
Aaron's
him.
just gonna-
I just hug him. I hug him fucking dearly.
Aaron's
He's
just gonna
trying to stab you, but it's just sort of dinking on your armor.
No, I just hug him and just like, hold on. This
Aaron's
is
just gonna,
love.
like, turn
This
out of
is
arterial
compassion.
form
And I
and
continue.
just keep laying there.
I
and
just-
just
Oh,
like
you're there.
enjoying this girl.
You
He's
do-
just
you do
enjoying
your-
this girl.
I just start to like hold him and cradle him
Oh, yeah.
and stroke his hair and siphon the life out of him with my armor.
Yeah.
By the way, that's the damage that he received.
Okay. Well, it's probably a good thing he's dead.
Oh man, I didn't want him to fucking die yet. Fuck me, Jimmy.
Dude, I rolled a
need my
19
Jimmy.
and then I rolled a
Where's my Jimmy?
10 for the
Hold on.
damage.
And I'll reach into his chest and I'll loot him and I'll pull out my Jimmy. Jimmy, search his pockets.
All right.
Dude,
I'll
why
say
can't I
this.
roll like this? Why can't I roll like this when we're in combat?
You find 2 vials of green liquid in his pockets, as well as you find 2 ounces of sood.
That's cool, buddy. Throw it in my pocket, buddy. Alright, let's go find
Solomon's
somebody else
gonna
to hang
drag
out
the
with.
body-
Let's go.
Solomon's gonna drag the body into the alley and then continue with Shiziki.
I will continue to walk
Great.
down into Argyle District. Come on, who wants to hang out with me? I want to be your buddy. Come on, don't fucking die. As I walk with a giant robot tiger and a specter downtown. I will say this, Vernie, and I will put myself at my most fashionable emerald. You know what? I don't want emerald. I want a black slimming mini skirt.
Oh, you look, yeah. I mean, you look like you're ready for a night on the town.
Yep.
Solomon's
Come
just gonna
on.
be like, don't
Who's
ride.
gonna be my buddy?
Solomon's just gonna be like, don't ride me.
My buddy,
Don't ride me.
and I will continue
Don't
to
ride
sip my
me.
wine. I'm not riding
Another
anybody.
drunkenness check.
I'm fucking going, son.
Oh, dude.
Luck point.
When the girl finishes, I'm
That's my
gonna
last luck
scream out the
point.
door, going, I'm gonna be like, do you want to go for round 2 or do I need to have another one?
She tells you she's ready for round 2. And
Cool.
yeah,
He's just
Shaziki,
gonna-
you are now smashed. You have a -3 to all wisdom, intelligence, and dexterity checks.
Okay, cool. Hey, who
Aaron's
wants to be
pretty
my
much gonna go round-
buddy?
Aaron's going for round until he and her both pass out.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and make like 5 more Constitution saving throws.
1.
Well, there's a nat 20. Jesus, does he have to make any more after that?
Hold on. 3. 4. 5. There you go.
I'll just say you're yeah, I mean you have a grand old time. You're having to carry her by the end of the night.
Good, because we're at this point. I'm gonna send a message to Solomon, tell him to watch Zeke, and then I'm passing out.
Look at the manor.
No, I'm passing out in the brothel.
Oh, okay. Well, she doesn't
Like-
work at any of those brothels, so
No, she's at the the Ruby. I'm passing out in the Ruby.
oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm still at the Ruby. I'm passing out in the Ruby.
I thought you flew over there.
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. Solomon was the one that dealt with the guy biting him in the junk.
Oh, okay.
Yep, no. Aaron's just passing out at the Ruby. Gone.
Yeah, so I'll continue to walk through the Argyle district, smashed.
With Solomon.
With
And a
Solomon,
specter. Nobody
and
bothers
Jimmy.
you after this point.
I start looking for people.
There's one person who's definitely eyeing you, like just leaning against a wall.
And I want to make sure I am definitively a man wearing a black miniskirt right now.
Solomon's gonna look over and just kind of open his mouth.
Hey, are you my buddy? And I'll start to charge towards him.
Both
as
cannons
soon as
are gonna twitch.
As soon as you turn your back, what's your AC right now?
It is.
You don't have the shield on, I don't think.
I still have the shield on my arm. Yeah, I never said I took it off,
Oh,
so it's 20,
okay.
21.
So you hear like a rapid like shuffling of footsteps as you can tell someone's running up behind you. You turn just in time to block as he swings at your head with a very large stone. Right at the same time, this other individual with a set of bindings runs towards you. He's going to attempt to grapple you.
I will
Make a athletics check.
No, I'll fail it. I'll hug him as he grapples me. I want to hug him back. Are you my buddy? Be my buddy.
And when he grapples him, Solomon's gonna bite him in the ass.
As soon as he grapples me, I start to siphon life out of him.
He starts screaming. As soon as he does, the guy that ran up to you from behind darts into one of the alleyways.
Now, as soon as that guy starts to run, don't run away. You're my buddy. True polymorph.
Oh. Okay. What are you turning him into?
I will turn him into a chibi.
Version of himself.
Yep.
You got yourself a thug chibi.
Oh, and that's 18 points of damage to his ass.
And I will continue
yeah.
to just hug this dude. You're my buddy.
He is screaming his head off.
I will continue to hug him until he dies in my arms.
And he does.
Oh, I fucking love this town. And I will go and pick up my chibi version of this dude. I will pin it to my scarf, because I'm going to put on my old scarf now, because I realized, like, my neck is exposed. This is gross. And I'll even take my hairpin of the Zorko pin, and I'll put that on my scarf, too. Time to go home. And I cast Fly on myself and Solomon, and we will fly back to the manor.
As you cast Fly, you noticed a large group of these thugs was starting to just run in the opposite direction. Like they were attempting to abduct you. You gather, but it just did not go how they planned.
Between Solomon biting people in the dick and the ass.
And I only just killed 3 people in the last 2 days. So yeah, let's just do it, and I will fly back to the manor. Solomon can fly back to whatever entrance he wants to, but I will. Do I have a balcony to the master bedroom?
You do have a balcony to the master
will
bedroom.
just land
a very
on the-
nice stone balcony.
I will land on the balcony,
Solomon's
and
gonna
I will go
follow.
into the to my bedroom, and I will crash.
Solomon's gonna follow and watch over Shiziki to make sure he doesn't do anything more stupid.
Oh yeah, you hobble your way over to your bed. And it is a hobble.
It will take quite some time, but I will have said for Jimmy to follow me, and I'm sure eventually a Spectre's gonna just walk up to the fucking door and try to enter the mansion. I assume the Dark Suns will dispatch of it.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, Jimmy will just try and enter the mansion, so you know.
But I think that's gonna be the conclusion of this one shot.
We still have 3
yeah.
days to go, man.
Yeah, and you can message me what you're doing.
Yeah, I think at this point we're just gonna fucking dick around. We finished the mission, so it's done.
It's pretty much we're gonna get the buildings ready. We're gonna be reading our books.
Yeah.
Like I'm spending literally half of my time each day. And actually, Aaron, after this night, Aaron's not gonna sleep for 2 days. He's gonna sleep on the final day, but he won't sleep for 2 days.
And I'll say
Okay,
this.
well, you know when you sleep, you only get rid of 1 level of exhaustion. So you'd still be at level 1 of exhaustion.
Okay, well, so he's not gonna sleep for a full 24 hours.
Okay.
And he's actually gonna spend that entire 24 hours reading.
And
He's gonna lock
Shiziki
himself
knows
in his
that
bathroom and read.
it's pretty nice to have some corpses at his disposal, so I will continue to go into the Argyle district in the evenings, wait to get attacked, and I will true polymorph whatever nasty thug's trying to attack me, and I'll make him into another chibi pin that I'll just keep attaching to my scarf.
Yeah. So yeah, you get 3 more.
So that's what,
So-
4 chibi pin? Well, hold on. I'll say 3 because I got something else I might end up doing at one point. But so 3 chibi pins.
So what do I get for 36 hours worth of reading?
Give you another 8 points.
Alright, I'll take 8 points for 36 hours.
Do I feel like I got everything out of the books that I read for on the? Actually, I will say this. I will. The first thing also during the daytime, I will have studied everything the House of Chance got onto the House of Chance.
Oh, you mean about the?
Yeah, everything that Gilderoy put together. So all
Okay.
that stuff, I will have read that.
About the Hands of Fate?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I meant to say.
And I'm
sorry.
at 20 points.
Alright.
So, alright, we're calling it a night.
Yeah, we're calling it a night.
Yeah.
'cause I have
So
work in the morning.
I'll do that, and I'll just probably, if I've read everything else I can on the religions and stuff, I'll just study Celestial. So, I mean,
And then
you
you
can just give me the points, and then
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take you I mean, you are a skilled linguist, so I'm taking that into account. But still, learning a whole new language, it will still take some time.
I sent you a
Yeah.
message as one other thing that I'm going to end up doing at some point during this the 4 days that we have. So,
Okay. Gotcha. Alright.
I think in all honesty, you just pretty much send us a message, just see if there's anything else that comes out of that. But like we're good to go meet up with the rest of the team at the end of the week.
So yeah, I'll send you a message that sort of compiles the information that you gathered.
Alright. Sounds good to me. Unless there's anything else you want to shoot our way that says like, oh, this happened while you were there, but otherwise I think it's done, aside from us just dicking around for a few days.
If I think of anything, I'll let you know.
Alright, man. I'll go ahead and kill the stream.